Ooh, I think we're live. Oh, wow, that was pretty quick, actually. Hold on. Have to listen to the audio here. Wait, talk. Wait, where's the audio? Hold on. Wait, where's the audio? Wow, that was really fast. You got the quick live, the quick audio, the quick comment. Wow, we were all rolling tonight. I guess you guys really were missing the stream last week. Well, I'll let people roll in here for a little bit. So what's up, guys? Here we are again. I actually have to properly introduce the stream, so not with a cough. Who was the first commenter of the night? Well, it officially goes to Kev Someone. What's up, Kev Someone? Followed by KaiUXD, Toon Station, Average Rice Fan, Jax, who's not Jax Cheese, but is another Jax. Matthew, glad to see you, Matthew. Internet User, Space Thing, Jacob, Corvine, TMT Space. Was that a Geno I saw? No. We will be talking about plushes, but not a Geno. Ivy. Wyatt, you so good lost media. Vader, Liam Lime Larm, Mochi, Mochi Lenny, Komodo Carp, Almond, Josh Coe, Ducky Deathly, Game Changing Hobo, Emily Rose. Wow, there is a lot of people here. What's up, Epic Friend? Oh, I think it's been a while, Epic Friend. Glad to see you made it to a stream. Yeah, and Allie, what's up? David Dumdown, Cola Score. I'm actually honestly surprised how quickly the chat filled up, considering it's been like I don't know. I'm surprised at that. It's been 2 weeks. I'm like, people forgot all about the streams, or 3 weeks maybe. So yeah, glad you guys could stop by. We got a little bit of everything tonight for the stream. Got some lost media to talk about. Well, I mean we have lost media. Whoa, Drew Apple. Thanks for the first super chat of the night. I'll add you to the list before I even start doing my intro. Thanks, Drew Apple. Let me see if I can find. Where's my little text box? There it is. Okay, so, wow, first super chat of the night. Thanks for that. And Drew said, if I can minimize this again, Drew said, your videos rock, dude. I love the one you did on lost food items a while back. Another one like that would be cool. Thanks. Glad you really enjoyed those. Interesting you say that. I was talking recently to, I think, I think Bingo from Bluey Fan, and they actually asked me if I was going to do more videos like the food one or the store one, and I said I wasn't sure. I might do that. They definitely come around once in a while. It probably wouldn't be like a too much of a recurring series, but the food one, actually, a lot of people really enjoyed that one, and I had a fun time putting it together. So definitely have more food I could talk about in the future. I'd have to compile a new list, but I know there are a lot of requests in that video in the comments that people would want to see in a sequel video. So yeah, that could happen. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that one though. So yeah, basically, this stream is a little bit of everything. So we got the Lost Media forums and the Lost Media article requests, like always. I haven't really looked at new articles. I haven't looked too closely at the forum, so we might find some cool stuff. I don't know how much found media we actually have, though. Like, there's plush stuff that I know I want to talk about. Some crazy finds from the last stream or two streams ago have been expanded upon, so we'll cover some plush stuff. And I don't know, I guess some other rants and some other, like, other, I don't know, just random stuff, I guess. So I guess with that said, we can start the stream. Raft Dreams, did I miss anything? No, we started like 2 minutes ago. Mochi's requesting a lost media topic. I didn't see any mods in the chat, so I guess I'll have to keep a closer eye on the chat till some mods show up, unless I missed them. But anyway, maybe we should start with the found media, the big found media shenanigans, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Twitter like showing me analytics now. That's kind of strange. So the found. Well, I guess okay. I guess this is the main plush find that I wanted to discuss. So, Nostalgia, what's up? Glad you could stop by. If you request the Lost Media forums and stuff, I would really, if you had like an article in mind or a thread specifically I can go to, that would help a lot instead of just like saying, hey, could you go look up this thing? And then we spend like 20 minutes trying to find an article on it. Goth Kakra, what's up, said, while 2024 has had a lot of big Lost Media finds, I personally say it's been slightly slower than 2020, maybe you mean 3, since a lot of the biggest finds have been the first half of the year. Yeah, before we get to this, maybe we can actually talk a little bit about this, I guess, tweet or whatever. Not really important, but yeah, how do you guys feel about 2024 found media so far? I gotta say, I'm really kind of on the fence about it. I just feel like, I don't know. It's been a strange year for found media. I feel like compared to previous years, we've had like back-to-back crazy finds. And perhaps this year the difference is, rather than being back-to-back, they've been very, very spaced out, but like the finds were really big. Like, everyone knows that. The Celebrity Number 7, the Boondocks pilot, just I'm looking at pictures on the thumbnails here. However, I do think there is something to say about the stuff that is showing up. Can we really say that it is specifically lost media in terms of the conventional sense, with the exception of like the Boondocks pilot and stuff like that, which is very much lost media? I feel like a lot of the biggest stuff that have shown up, even the Backrooms origin photos or whatever, which I don't really know a whole lot about, but I know that was a kind of a big find. I feel like a lot of that stuff is kind of like adjacent to lost media, but it's not really like it's not really like core lost media community. I feel like they were more like internet mysteries. Like, I heard about them from Wang, I think, before anywhere else. At least Celebrity Number 6, I'm pretty sure I did. Everyone knows that was more of a Lost Wave community thing. So yes, I do think like the finds themselves are big and they can be grouped in with lost media, but I think if you do look at the finer details, I would almost say they're less lost media, more internet related mysteries. Maybe the Copeland Herobrine stream, that would be more of a actual lost media thing. But I guess regardless how you want to categorize them, I also just feel like in general, even those finds I feel like weren't as big and as crazy as 2022. And maybe like I have to refresh my memory with 2022 and all the stuff that was found. I just feel like 2022 was like nonstop with like finds. We got the Wicked Witch stuff. We got the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, which was huge. We got, I think, Quantum Quest was that year, which was huge when it came out. I know there were some smaller things too. I know like that Sammy cartoon, which was kind of a thing people were following at the time. I guess the community was also quite a bit smaller 2 years ago, but I don't know. It's I feel a little mixed on it. I still feel like 2022 has it. We would probably need like maybe 2 more really big finds. I would grant them internet finds, and I would maybe say 2024 could possibly beat 2022. If like Jeff the Killer was found, and I don't know, name one other big like internet thing. If like we could definitively conclude the most mysterious song or something, maybe collectively I would give it to 2024. But I don't know, man. I'm still not convinced that 2022 is beat. I'm not. And I just feel like this year in particular has been so strange, like I said, for just pacing and what's shown up and when it's shown up. I do think this was the slowest lost media summer of all time. And usually summer is pretty slow for lost media, but we had like nothing. Like Charlie the Steak was the biggest thing, and that only got popular because it was a meme. Like, other than that, I can't name you a single other thing that happened during the duration of the summer that was like really notable or big to any extent. So that's just kind of what I feel like when it comes to the current state of 2024 lost media. I actually have that little bingo card that we were kind of, Sewer Reviewer was hosting a little bingo, and earlier in the year we all made cards. I think there was a thread in the forums for it actually. And I hit a few at the beginning of the year, but like it's been a month since I've crossed anything off, and even the stuff that I was able to cross off was very minor things like the Naruto parental warning bumper and stuff. It's Hendra with the 99 cents in the first super chat. It says message retracted, so I'm not sure what they said, but thanks for that. I added to the super chat list. So yeah, I guess I can probably go back and read a bunch of the comments that I missed. Although I guess it was more of a rhetorical question. But I kind of am interested in what some of you guys have to say about it. Cosmos said, "Hello, Mr. Q. What's up, Cosmos? Glad you could stop by. Bingo from Bluey Fan, Smith Zero, and Michael's Mega as well, and Honami. Glad you guys could all stop by." Nintendo said, "We found some really cool stuff this year, but without something like Wicked Witch in Sesame Street being such an important piece of lost media, it's really hard to top the past two." Yeah, and I think I feel like if I say that, I'm being biased, but I do feel like something like that, just with the scope of how big of a find that was, I almost feel like that does just like, that does beat Celebrity Number 6, and everyone knows that. Just because, yes, they were big, but Wicked Witch was bigger for longer, and I feel like length of search and length of time also kind of like plays a role in how big of a thing, in how big of a find the topics are. Like, I don't remember how old Everyone Knows That is. I think I think that was really old, but it was definitely only within the past like year or so that it really gained a lot of popularity. Like if the search had started I think it did. I think it may have been 2019 maybe is when like it was first posted about, but it really only got really big in the past year or so, I would say. And like Charlie the Steak, I mean, I always said that was the biggest find of the summer, but like in reality, it was only the biggest find because there was nothing else competing with it. That only got popular for a month, and it was because it was a meme. So like that's the only reason why that even got big at all. So I think it all kind of depends, and it all you know changes depending on your view of it. Bingo from Bluey Fan, thanks for that. Do you want to talk about the SpongeBob car DVD? I could talk about that when we get to maybe some less broad and general topics. I know you did talk to me about that on Discord. Let me add you to the list. Yeah, you'd have to refresh me on some of the details. I can't quite remember all the details about that, but thanks for the super chat. Yeah, I remember you said it was like a DVD that came from like when you had DVD players in cars, I think. I think it was still lost, if I remember correctly. Yak said Everyone Knows That was posted in 2021. Okay, yeah, so that was quite a few years ago, not quite 2019, but I see a super chat, and also Trigo said LSSQ, you should make a video for a tier list of best years in lost media. Make a list of some of the most major finds and rank from A to E. That's a pretty interesting idea. I think All Things Lost might have done a found media, like not over the span of many years. It may have just been a 1 year found media. I actually do like the idea of ranking the years, though. Maybe my opinion of it would change if I did that. Maybe we'll think about that for the end of the year, or maybe that would be a good January video after 2024 is all said and done. My video schedule is like really packed for the rest of the year. Maybe that actually will be a 2025 video. Maybe that would be a good January or February video to look back at the past years. So yeah, thanks for the suggestion. I'll actually add it to my video list. And Crass said they found one of the Peanuts film slides with the Hispanic character Dolores on it. Is that? I'm not familiar with that. Was that something that was lost? I know that there is a lot of like really fascinating like Peanuts sell lost media that kind of just shows up every now and then, which is crazy. There was the Peanuts what was that commercial, the Rock Band commercial one. See, another super chat as well. I'll get to that one too. There was a Rock Band commercial, I think, for Knott's Berry Farm or something that I saw at one point. That was like kind of unknown for a little bit, and then it showed up. So yeah, I should cover more Peanuts lost media. I can't remember if I had any Peanuts. Oh, there is a lost cheerleading commercial with another cell that no one knows where it came from. I believe that is it's gonna be in some video, I think. I'm not sure if it was gonna be in my, I don't know what video it was gonna be in, but I did see that. Blue Baron, what's up? Thanks for the super chat. Hi, I died and jumped Animax English dub found recently, and can someone please start an article for the missing 4Kids Ultraman Tiga on the Lost Media Wiki? I think there's I think you have a thread, Blue Baron, right, for Ultraman Tiga on the forums that I've seen. I would make the article if I had time or knew how to make Lost Media Wiki articles, but actually, yes, the I died and jump Animax dub, I forgot about that. Yeah, I was kind of a part of why that was found, actually. Um, I guess I could talk about this a little bit too, maybe. I don't really know how much I'm supposed to say, but yeah, there were clips that showed up from an old like archive that I kind of through some communications I was able to reach someone who had some, and I'm not actually the person that got them up, but through someone else they were able to like get them and convert them and post them online. So yeah, Animax Asia, I dot and jump dub clips have shown up, which is pretty crazy because I think that was lost in its entirety until now. So that's cool. Still have a large majority of the Cartoon Network dub still missing though, as well as the other Animax episodes. But it's a start, so it's cool. Ben Mousy, what's up? Glad you could stop by. Kaya said I comment. Tell LSuperSonicQ I commented that. Oh, that a dot and jump was found. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's. I'm trying to read the chat as best as I can. Also, I'm kind of getting sick of looking at Charlie the Steak. I'll move down to here. Ali said any meetups in Pennsylvania. I don't think I would ever be in Pennsylvania for any reason unless someone invited me to go to a convention there. Man, I actually am like I went to PAX East this year, and it was my first really like anything, like any kind of traveling anything. It was really fun. Originally I left PAX very salty about a bunch of different things, but looking back on it, I wish I had spent more time like doing community things and not necessarily just walking the show floor. I actually think I'm going to go back next year and spend more time playing the retro game. Yeah, and then next year they're not going to have the retro games. I would actually love to spend more time in like the retro arcade, playing old games with people, and playing more Smash Bros and stuff. I feel like that's maybe what I would like to do, and I want to cosplay too. I didn't cosplay. Man, I should have done cosplay. The costumes were so much fun, just seeing people and like, oh my god, like they had such believable costumes and stuff. I wanted to be Goro Majima, but for a variety of different reasons, I said, nah, I'm not gonna cosplay. But I think next year I'm either gonna be him or I'm gonna be Hidan from Naruto. So maybe next year I will end up doing that, and you can meet me at PAX East. That is so far away though. Like, man, I can't even think about that. Like, oh my god, I can't even. Or be Kekrok. Yeah, Toon Station, or it could have been Kekrok. Might get sued, but it could have been. Just reading some stuff. Yeah, I guess I can maybe. Oh, any good finds? I guess I can now talk about this piece of found media. I guess kind of the big highlight of the. Once again, it's been a really slow, really weird like couple of months. But this was kind of unexpected, and we talked about this at some point in the last stream, I believe. So basically, this user plush Mario Plush Nations, has just been uncovering all this like. This kind of gets back into a bigger discussion about the old video game collecting community and stuff that I was a part of back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, like videogamemm.com and stuff, which doesn't even really exist anymore. But it was crazy because it kind of was if the Lost Media Wiki was the beginning of Lost Media, the Video Game Memorabilia Museum was the beginning of like video game collecting, video game like merchandise collecting. And this user in particular has just been on a roll uncovering all this information that just I had never seen before, that I didn't know existed. But all the old Mario plush sets, set sheets, information about how many of each plushes shipped in cases, release years for the plushes. It's absolutely crazy to follow along this stuff. Like here you go. Like, you guys have probably seen this set sheet before, right? Dressed up Sonic and Friends. So there's information on this page about how many of each were shipped out in the batches of 100, and we can see from the list here, Amy. Oh, okay. I guess they actually all got 20, which is interesting because Amy seems to be the rarest of all of them. Maybe just fewer people won her in the claw machines, but if you look at some of the other set sheets, I know like there was a Mario 64 one. Yeah, these were shipped out in different quantities. We can't see the whole sheet, but we can see here Mario is A. He has 22. Bowser looks like B, C, D, and E were all shipped out in quantities of 15, and then the last one was whoever F is. It's maybe King Bomb Bomb. I'm not sure. Probably King Bomb Bomb or Metal Mario. They only got 8. So that's why Mario is so common, because 22 of him shipped out per case, and only 8 King Bomb Bombs or Metal Marios or whoever the whoever letter F was. Which is just really, really fascinating, being able to see the difference in quantity here. And also just having these to begin with. This is all new. Like, we've never seen these before. They've all been, I think the majority of them came from a magazine called, Coin Monthly or Japanese Coin Monthly. I can't remember quite what it was called. Something like that. Oh, and then we got, this is what the thumbnail was. I'd never seen this before either. These Michael Mulek plushes. Like, this was an infamous Ugly Mario plush that was shown in like Night Ram's video on Ugly Mario plushes. And yeah, it's just so, they're so, these look better than what actually released. I could not find, actually, there was a super jumbo Michael Mulek Mario that I was going to buy a few months ago. It was so much money, and I said, no, that's a stupid meme. I can't even find the picture anymore, but it looks like the jumbo one is not actually in this set sheet here. Also, I see TPHO, thanks for the super chat, said, hey LSSQ, how's it going? Wanted to shoot a message and ask if you could talk about this set on your stream. I'll be adding the link. Yeah, I don't know if you can add links, but let me know what set you want me to talk about, and I'll pull it up. Oh, on Discord. Okay, I'll go check Discord, I guess. Even I hope it doesn't destroy my computer, but thanks for that. Yeah, I can talk about. I can talk about that. Also, I saw Tepeshi said, "Hi LSSW. I think I found a different SpongeBob color block plush prototype. Interesting. Do you have a link to that, or where can I find it? So I'll open up Discord as I just scroll through a little more here. I wanted to get to the Kiddy Kong plush, or I guess it was on my thing. Well, they actually have a lot of BDNA stuff here. I don't know if these BDNA catalog scans are easily accessible anymore. They used to be on the Video Game Memorabilia Museum, but they're not, because the website doesn't exist anymore. Oh, Crass, another super chat, also said, someone found a Piper promo. I'll send you a pic through Discord. Oh, sure, you can do that. I could maybe... Oh, and then Ben Stuff with 99 cents. Thanks for that. I appreciate all the super chats. I will add all you guys to the list. Which reminds me... I actually don't know what that reminded me of. Ben Stuff. Thanks. Oh, I guess I was actually just going to say that, oh, did I get cut off? It did get cut off. I have to do a new line. Don't remember what I was actually going to say now. I don't know. I lost my train of thought again. Anyway, the thing I wanted to show you guys was the Kiddy Kong plush. Whoa, that's a weird looking Yoshi. What size are these? 8? I don't know. What size are these? There was a mystery someone came to me with about a, like, 18-inch Yoshi, or... No, it was a big ol' Yoshi, I think. Like, the big ol' Mario. They swear they saw in a magazine, and I never found... Or they never were able to find the magazine where it came from. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Do you guys remember the Kiddy Kong plush? I thought we would never find a Kiddy Kong plush set sheet. It was one of the rarest plushes. Is that even in the frame? Yeah. It's like one of the rarest Mario plushes that exists. Maybe I think he's actually shown up fewer times than Mallow. And I never thought we'd find the set sheet to show him. And yeah, Mario Plush Nations did end up finding the set sheet, which is absolutely insane. The set sheet that no one has seen in like 30 years to one of the rarest Mario plushes of all time. I can't believe that this actually exists and was found. The Kiddy Kong plush here looks way different than the one that actually came out. These are all like prototypes, but the fact that it even exists at all is like absolutely insane. Which I am just so crazy to find this. Escabare said, "Hey LSSQ, what are your thoughts on Kylie Bogley's search for Blue Chin Guy?" I actually don't know what that is, but if you gave me some more context, I could probably give you my opinion on that. I actually don't know what that is. Is it Lost Media? If that's like a trendy internet thing, that I've probably never heard about it before. Okay, so while you're doing that, I'm going to go on Discord. I hope this does not blow up my computer. It was running pretty slow today, actually. Okay. Let's see. And before I get a million messages. Well, got a few messages. Oh, that's not a Mario plush set. I thought it was going to be a Mario plush set. I also have a message about a Lost Media related thing. No one has said the magic words yet, unless I missed it, about updates on me and my friends and stuff. If someone says any updates on insert magic word, I will allude to an update that kind of happened, but it's very early in production still. So TPHO said, this set is based off the old Hanna-Barbera tie-in cartoon. Only found Cooler the first guy a while ago, trying to find the rest of them. And this is what cartoon is this, actually? I've never seen it before. I thought they were Chuck E. Cheese plushes at first, actually. They're like a bunch of dog characters. I guess Pound Puppies. Oh, I know what Pound Puppies is. And also Crass sent me this is like dual. We're on Discord streaming live now. I don't know when or if the person who uploaded the vid, they have so someone in the Nick Story Discord server has more Piper Opossum bumpers, and this one has Piper Opossum like holding a frame up to her face. Interesting. Is there a Craft? Did I ever ask you? Is there a list of like every Piper Opossum bumper that we still need to find, kind of like the ooh and ah ones? Also, I'll check that in. Oh, I think I missed more super chats too. Okay, so Scabari said she's a Lost Media creator on YouTube and has been searching for a character she saw as a kid. There's a subreddit for it. Whoa, that's like that's wild. That reminds me of so many other like things. I can't remember what they were, but I feel like people have searched for characters before. I kind of want to go look that up now. Let me make a mental note of that. And then Johnny Tsunami, thanks for the super chat, said, "Did you hear about the original 170-minute version of the Tom Clancy miniseries OP Center? It was released in English on VHS in the Netherlands. Is that lost?" I mean, I love a good like physical, like a good like physical search. Like if it was released on tape, then we got to find the tape, like because it's only lost as long as no one has the tape. Maybe it was a really obscure release or something, but I did not hear about that. That's kind of interesting, actually. I love when you can actually find lost media like in the wild. What's up, Jinteg? So I was gonna look up the Pound Puppies plushes, I guess. I can't type either today. I guess I could just screenshot maybe the thing. Screenshot the picture and put it on stream if I can manage to do that. It didn't happen, Crass. Oh. there are some Japanese Hanna-Barbera sets, I believe. Interestingly. Um, Oh, Ben Stuff also said, can you add me on Discord? I have CEC Lost Media. Ooh, I do love some good Chuck E. Cheese Lost Media. You guys, I think I talked about it before. That the the CU prototype stage footage showed up a while ago. That was in my Found Media video. That was really cool stuff. Yeah, I honestly have been wanting to get back into Chuck E. Cheese stuff. I haven't really just found a lot that interested me, but yeah, I guess rather than me adding anyone on Discord, if I guess to Ben and anyone else, because every stream it happens. If anyone wants to add me on Discord, it's just my username is just LSuperSonicQ. Just send me a friend request and I'll accept it or whatever. Or if you want to like Ben, you should be able to just message me on Discord. I'm in the Showbiz Pizza server. If you were in that too. So some people said like that works. Some people said it like doesn't work for them, but just give it a try and I guess maybe it'll work. If it doesn't, just tell me. But yeah, if you want to add me, I probably won't respond to messages like directly after this stream, but I'll try to get to doing that at some point. My Twitter inbox is all pretty much up to date. My email is flooded, and my Discord I think is all up to date as well. Oh, what's up, Joe, aka Sultan? Glad you could stop by. Jackson Stuff, CEC Croc, nice. Dan Otaku. Johnny said it is lost. I looked for that tape on eBay, and unfortunately, the only 170-minute version VHS really I've been able to find are the German and French audio ones. Wow, so there's a lost tape that's on people's lists that they gotta find. That's cool. That's a really cool piece of lost media. And Ben said it's a Mariners promo, like a crossover. It's interesting. So Yak said to expand upon the blue guy, purple guy confirmed. Basically, the topic is that a lost media YouTuber named Kylie Bogley and her mom have been looking for a video with a blue man with a large chin. She has a video on it, and there's a subreddit. Okay. Alphys said hi. What's up, Alphys? Okay. Also, TPHO. What? Oh, you already said it was Pound Puppies. I just typed in Pound Puppies. Oh, I typed in Pound Puppies plush Hanna-Barbera. That's really interesting. I've never. Oh, I think one of these was one of the pictures. I think that you, or maybe it's different. Hanna-Barbera did a Pound Puppy show. I think that's my first question. I've never really looked into this. I guess there's a lot of Hanna-Barbera stuff I feel like I've never seen before. Just want to look at the Japanese plushes for a second. Yeah, there are like Japanese UFO plush sets for Hanna-Barbera stuff, which is crazy. These aren't like the greatest pictures, but I know I've seen them before on Yahoo Japan. Oh, opening the pick in browser. I didn't even think about that. How do I do that? Okay, I will circle back to this in a second. I want to look at that Kylie Bogley thing. I hope this opens in the right browser. Oh, there it is. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I guess this is a really rare plush set that I've never seen before. That was actually a good trick. Oh, it opened in the correct browser too. Okay, I think that guy just. Okay, that guy just sent me a friend request. Okay, I got your thing, that guy. So I'll. Also, where is your preschool lost media? Oh, Crass also super chatted again. I'm still working on the next kids show video thing. It'll probably be out. I would like it to be out before the end of the year for sure. But the problem is, like, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna. The list is so big. I don't know if I should just like only cover some of the topics, or if I should just make it a really long video. But if I make it a really long video, it'll take longer to get out. So I'm not really sure. I'd like to have some form of it out before the end of the year, though. So yeah. Let's think what else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, it's on the. I think this is on the screen, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I guess if anyone has seen these, let TPHO know. I've never come across them before, and I wouldn't know where to start looking for them other than eBay. But if they're really rare, I guess be on the lookout. I'll be on the lookout too if I ever come across this stuff in passing. But I yeah, I didn't even know Hanna-Barbera did a Pound Puppy show. Um, okay, I want to look at the blue chin guy too. I guess we're probably. I just want. If we're done with Twitter, I'll just get out of it. Was there anything else that? Oh yeah, Mario Plush Nations also has video of like actual UFO catchers from back in the day, like winning these old Sonic plushes and stuff, which is insane. If there was one of an RPG, wow, how was anyone supposed to win that with that kind of crappy crane? If there was ever a Mario RPG one of these, I think I would lose my mind. Let me just make sure there was nothing else I forgot about on Twitter. Also, I'm really hungry too. Okay, celebrity number 6, we know about that. I think someone told me about this jacket last stream, so I think we're all caught up. Or where did I hear about this jacket? I don't remember where I heard about that jacket. And then this is Pop Secret. I think we're all caught up now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll just get out of, or maybe I should plug my. I'll plug my own thing. If anyone you guys have this Dead or Alive jacket, I'll probably never get one unless someone sells me theirs. Let me know. I guess the company called Insert Coin did a Dead or Alive, I guess, jacket that's based on like Kasumi or whatever. There's like I tweeted this out and like one person's like, oh, I like my husband has this, and I've seen no other pictures of it, so it's probably very rare. If anyone has it, yo, hit me up. I'll buy it from you. What's up, Cartoon Cal? It's been going on for I believe about 45 minutes or so. So how do I log out of Twitter? It's been going on for about 45 minutes or so you didn't miss too much. Depending on how my voice is and how we didn't even go to the forums yet or anything. I feel like it's good when we haven't even gone to the forums and we're already in like an hour. Like that's good. We're like covering a lot of ground. We're not gonna run out of things to talk about. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I depending on how my voice, I won't plug this computer in quite yet, but I probably will have to at some point. Depending on how well my voice goes and stuff, might be looking at a longish stream. Just cause man, I haven't streamed in a long time, and like, I feel like once this stream ends, I'm back to like, what's the word? Like, I can't even think of, I don't know what the word is. Like, I'm back to like an alternate reality. I don't know if you guys saw on Twitter, but I was I don't know. Are you allowed to say that the bad virus word nowadays, or is YouTube going to strike you for that? Well, I got sick with a bad virus word that you probably know, like a week ago, and man, it's not even that I'm like. It's not even that I'm like. Well, I don't know if you can tell, but I am congested and, well, I guess my voice sounds okay. I haven't really been coughing that much, but like, man, the last like week or so has been like really rough because it's like I'm in my own little alternate world. Like I can't leave the house. I had to cancel all my appointments I had, whether it was like an actual appointment or like a friend appointment. Like it's so crazy. Like my sense of time is so like off. And like this is probably, with the exception of like just immediate family who isn't even here all the time anyway because they're, like doing other things. Man, it's like I'm in an alternate dimension, which is so weird. So this is probably the most like actual, even though you guys are not like physically talking, this is probably the longest and most extensive period of like interaction I've had in the past week, which is like wild. I just feel like summer ended and like everything went down the toilet. Like I don't know, it's like it was like immediately after summer ended, like all these bad things happened and like it's only been going down. So Yeah, wild. So I would be fine with like with like an extended stream tonight or whatever it ends up being, but we'll have to see how it goes and how the voice holds up and stuff. Um, oh, Shadow Man, you were the one that told me about the jacket. Just wanted to let you know I did see the Hitomi jacket, although that was more I think like a sweatshirt, but I did see that. Yeah, I guess that was a couple streams ago. There was one person on Twitter that like had one, but I didn't say, yo, sell it to me. But I'll probably never find it. Thanks, Pedro. Yeah, I do feel a lot better than I had been feeling. Like I can physically do stuff, but like I'm congested and like I didn't test myself yet, but even if I did, and even if I don't have it, I don't really feel like well enough to like go out and do things. Like my body still feels weak. Um, Also the AG43 and AG45 channel. Thanks for the super chat once again. Um, you always come in with the super chats. I really appreciate that. Let me add you to the list, and then I'll read your comment. Yeah, I was actually a little disappointed in myself because I did tweet like, and AG, I'm trying to like, I'm a little disappointed in myself because I was really trying to, I actually wanted a video out last week, like a few days ago, and I had said, guys, I'm gonna get a video out and I'm gonna write the next chapter of my story, and like neither of those. I don't. Maybe I did finish the chapter of the story. I can't remember, but like I know the video didn't happen. I was really disappointed because I thought I was gonna have enough energy to do both, and I didn't. And there wasn't even a stream last week. Yeah, because I was sick, and it really like messes with your timing and your everything. But even when I was like really when I was at my worst and I didn't want to get out of bed, I at least had the computer like in bed with me and I could type on it, but I really couldn't record or anything. Now though, I can get up and do stuff. I didn't even read your super chat, and I see there's another one too. So okay, I'll read AG's and then I'll go to the other super chat. So AG43 said, "Hi, have you heard of Dave Hack's Tirzu Regen Raw comparisons or Nicholas Dodge animations? Also, sorry you're sick. I can relate. Had it at the end of last year. Also, Blue Grasshoppers. Plus, have you heard of doing the Animal Bop? All right, I'll answer all those, I guess, in order. I have not heard of Dave Hacks. I have not heard of, or maybe I have heard of. Is Tirzu a YouTube channel? If it is, then I may have heard about it. I don't know what Regraw comparisons is. I don't know what Nicholas Dodge animations is. Thank you for feeling sorry I'm sick. Yeah, I actually saw some people also on Twitter were saying like, oh, I had that, a few months ago. I feel like I did get it, not as bad as some people, but it was enough to like ruin plans. Also Blue Grasshoppers. Plus, have you heard of doing the animal? I also don't know what the Animal Bop. I feel like we're coming from different timelines here. I don't know what like almost any of that is. Did someone else say something about Blue Grasshoppers earlier in the thing? Also, I hope Blue Grasshoppers is not some type of like code for something inappropriate. I'll never forget the Megamind promo that I almost fell for. If anyone wants to explain any of those things to me, let me know. Maybe they're memes I'm not up to date with. And then JC Alito said, "Hi LSSQ, I hope the Backyardigans pilots get found this year. I wonder if Nick does something like they did with Blue's Clues and shows clips of the pilot. This October is the show's 20th anniversary." There was a lot of talk about that, or I've talked about it quite a bit with Sewer Reviewer and Mr. Bones, whether or not, and also Harvey as well. Anyone, I guess, that pops into that chat. We've talked quite a bit about whether or not they're going to do anything for the anniversary. I think at the very most they will maybe show like the CGI pilot, maybe, or like if they have the dance rehearsals of the CGI pilot, they would maybe show clips of those on Twitter. Not going to get the full thing, and we're not going to get anything me and my friends related. I'm actually not even sure if maybe they're going to do anything now that the whole Janus thing. Maybe they're just going to avoid it completely. I'm actually not sure. It depends on what kind of angle they want to take with it. But I definitely think at best case scenario, we would get clips of like the dance rehearsals from the CGI pilot when it was like motion capture. Worst case scenario, we get nothing. And if I had to place bets, I would say we're probably going to get nothing. So, yeah. I don't know. People were memeing about me and my friends stuff earlier. Like any updates? No, we actually don't have any updates on me and my friends. So, I have nothing to report with. That wasn't the magic word that I had updates on that I couldn't really talk about. That wasn't the magic topic, but yeah, I don't think there's going to be any me and my friends updates probably for the rest of the year. As disappointing as that is, I'm also going to close out of Discord, I think, because it's just eating up the battery of my computer. Man, I'm also really hungry. Get some. Man, I would totally, if I like was not sick right now, or if circumstances were different, I would totally order a Domino's pizza right now. We would do the let's wait for Domino's meme. Oh, I think I got another couple super chats. Oh, AG43 said blue grasshoppers is referring to toys they found. I have not heard about those. If that's like some kind of new trendy toy, I have never heard about it before. Or you just mean you got blue grasshoppers, like figures. I remember at AC Moore they used to have a whole display of like animals you could buy little figures of, like just different animal species and stuff. Those are kind of cool. Oh, also I missed a lot of super chats. It's Jossie Elito. Yeah. Oh, I think I said JC. Okay, Jassy. I would be that teacher that just mispronounces everyone's name without a doubt. Okay, I'm gonna go through more of these super chats because I think I did miss some after. Also, I do appreciate the super chats. So that's awesome. I did see Lagri also said, "Oh hey LSSQ, I was wondering if you could do another video covering Fresia by Dr. Willie. It's another partially lost Vocaloid song like interface." A lot of people have asked me about more Vocaloid songs. I think someone's emailed me a list of Vocaloid songs. At some point, I will hopefully get to more, but it would probably be grouped in with like a lost music or like request video. It probably wouldn't be a specific video on Vocaloid stuff. AG43 also said, Dave Hacks does life hacks. Okay, I don't watch life hack videos. Reggie Raw is a size comparison channel. Never heard of that. And doing the Animal Bop is something like a podcast on YouTube. I guess I'm really out of date with all this stuff. I watch like 2 people on YouTube and that's it. And they're like no one you guys would ever even like guess. I don't watch gaming stuff. I don't watch lost media stuff. I watch completely nothing related to any of that stuff. Because being on YouTube feels like when I watch YouTube videos, if I'm watching a lost media video, it feels like I'm working. Corvine said, can you look up the Talking Patrick Star Lost Media Wiki article? Yeah, we can do that. First article request of the night. Or I guess first article I'm going to go look at of the night. I don't think there were too many article requests earlier, though, that I missed. Okay. So I'm going to go do that after I read more of these. Crass also said, I have a secret piece of media over on Discord. I don't know, but don't share it with anyone when I give it to you, okay? Don't even say what it is. Okay, I guess I won't even look at it now then. But I'll check it out later, I guess. And then I think there was another thing that I missed. Grand Jacor Art, what's up? Glad you could stop by. Hello, LSSQ. How are you tonight? I was curious if there were any updates concerning the letter that was sent to the producer of Phantom Blood. You hit the magical word! Phantom Blood! Now, I cannot get into details about this, so you're probably going to say, that was dumb LSSQ. Why did you say anything? I don't even remember what the letter was with the producer. That's not where my mind is with that topic. I can say there are 2 possible. I mean, I was impressed with the lead, and so was Liquid X. We were both very, very impressed with the information that was presented to us related to Phantom Blood. I cannot say what it is because I don't want people to get their hopes up, and I don't want eyes to get put on this stuff and it to unravel, so I will not say anything about the details, but I will tell you two very, very, very promising leads. I was impressed by it. Liquid X was impressed by it. That could possibly lead to a copy of Phantom Blood in a way that no one thought we were ever going to get it. That's all I'm going to say. My hopes are kind of high, but I'm trying to keep them low. But there are developments with that. New stuff that is very, very possible. Not guaranteed, but possible. And if anything happens in the future with those, I will be sure to update you guys. So we kind of... If Slamfest is dead, and Me and My Friends is dead, then Phantom Blood is the one thing that, like, a little light just shined on it. So I'll keep you guys updated on that. Hopefully before the end of the year we have something, even if it is a deconfirmation. Once it gets deconfirmed, I can tell you guys, oh, this is like the lead we thought we had. But it has nothing to do with anything that I've talked about before. It's a totally brand new thing. So keep a watch on that stuff for the future. And if I'm able to talk more about it, then I will. And I think we should have some stuff from it before the end of the year. But I can't guarantee that either. So yeah, it was nice to get a little refreshing, new piece of Phantom Blood lead, compared to the dead end it's been at for a long time. I can't remember what the letter was though. So someone will have to refresh me on that. Bluegrass Hoppers. Someone has a jailed Tales and it was posted to Reddit. James Luster said. That's funny. I remember the jailed Tales plush. Alexis M's Media Archive. What's up? Glad you could stop by. Are we getting Iraqi'd? It doesn't even have anything to do with Iraqi or anything, actually. It's totally unexpected, but... Yo, Metaroni, what's up? Yeah, the plush stuff was pretty crazy. I wasn't even expecting any of that stuff to show up, but it just goes to show you that, like, this stuff is out there, and until you really look for it, you have no idea what you're going to find. Like, we had no idea that any of the plush stuff was actually out there, which is crazy. So what I gotta go back. What was the Talking Patrick Star? For a second, I thought this was a Lost Media Archive article. Raph said their article was updated. Which article was that again? I can't quite remember. It was an app. This sounds wild. We can read this. It's just Patrick. Oh, someone else. What was the other thing? Oh, the DVD. Bingo from Blue Fan was about the DVD. Oh, I'm getting like 3 different things confused. This reminded me of something else that I thought was the DVD thing, but it's actually like a SpongeBob TV game that came bundled with some type of TV brand or something. Oh, the Smarties one. There was an article on that? You can check it out after this, I guess. Let me just type it in real quick. I'll just go back to the forums if we want to go back there. I didn't even see a lot of threads that I wanted to discuss, I don't think. Shadowman said, I did get some info about the Kasumi jacket, but it's only really minor. Someone on the forum said it sold for around 77 during... Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know how I mean, I feel like it was just one of those, like, video game clothing items are so limited that it's like, if you miss it, you're not gonna get them. I'm sure they made, like, enough quantities to satisfy the people who wanted them, but, like, Dead or Alive isn't that popular to begin with, and I'm sure, like, people who were seeking out that jacket, there probably weren't many, so it's probably just a rare thing for those reasons, not for any, like, oh, Mallow, they only made 2 Mallows, so... Me and My Friends article? I don't know about that. Is there anything new in the Me and My Friends article we should check out? I don't know about that. Oh, on the forums? I thought you meant the article. Oh. I'm gonna read this Patrick Star thing though, before I completely neglect it. Like I, so the 2010 version is lost, but the 2015 version is found. It looks like. Um, this is a pretty short article. So, Talking Patrick Star was a talking app that was made by an unknown developer. Oh, is this official? The game was about Patrick Star from SpongeBob. There were two versions, one for iOS, one for Android. The version of the game the 2010 version was only made for iOS, not Android. There were features such as shaking Patrick, making him laugh, making him do random things, and a record button. Is this like Charlie the Steak, but just with Patrick? Oh, the title says unofficial? Oh. I guess I totally missed that. Okay, then. So, it's still like Charlie the Steak, though. So the version was later removed, but it would be remade for Android. And then the 2015 version, a remake of the game in 3D for Android would be made by the talking hilarious Star. Wow, way to hide that. It was not made by the same developer, but instead was made by a Russian developer named whatever that says. Patrick's voice in this version was an unfitting, high-pitched voice, unlike the 2010 version, which had lines from the show. Maybe that was why it got taken down originally, and they had to change it. It was made with an engine called Unity, as well as there being songs in this version such as Battle Cry by Rocker's Revenge and It's Tricky by Run DMC, and then that was removed. Oh, this is oh geez. These are bad looking. Oh my god. Despite there being two versions, only the 2015 version has been found. However, it only works with Android 5 or earlier. This is wild. Gameplay was recorded by a user named CK the Frog, but CK said he doesn't have it anymore. That's wild considering, like, this would be good for, like, a bootleg Lost Media video. This is, like, bootleg 101. Patrick's 2015 model and his texture. Jeez, that's... I don't like the remake one. It seems scarier. It seems more unsettling. Yeah, I did see their videos. I probably can't really play them because they're gonna lag, but that's funny. My second page, Mr. Bean Sausage, said September 16th. Was this just made recently? You could have told me this was a Lost Media Archive article, and I probably would have believed it. Which is which is kind of funny. Well, good article, good article. I guess I missed the Smarties thing again. We gotta go hunt for that again. Reminds me of those unofficial SpongeBob movies from Iran, Pedro said. Oh, yeah, I remember those. I think Pat Mac talked about those in a video once. Loop Tubes at first day of fall. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Geez, summer really is officially over today. I did not even think about that. Usually I am pretty good at keeping a track of, like, that kind of thing, but I was not even thinking about that. Now we gotta go to the forums, I guess. Oh, I could have just gone, yeah, I could have just gone there. What is your guys' favorite season? I gotta say, I think summer is probably my favorite. I know that's probably, like, a very, like, basic answer, but I gotta say, I think summer probably is my favorite season. I do like spring a lot, but I think I just prefer summer more, because you can still have cold springs. Oh, I'm glad this article showed up right away. Break of the Pumpkin Spice ZTM said, yeah, I gotta say I'm not a fan of the pumpkin spice stuff. Not a fan of it. I don't really know what kind of seasonal stuff I do like in the fall. I guess apple cider stuff is I do like a good apple cider stuff. More of a fruit guy than a vegetable guy, I guess. Matthew said, I love fall, not too cold, not too much heat. Yeah, I guess early fall, it's not too bad, but I feel like the further on you get, the colder it gets. Like, November, I am already fearing November because I know we're gonna get those, like, 40-degree nights or 30-degree nights. Average Rice fan said, I like dressing up for Halloween, it's fun. I don't think I have had I've celebrated Halloween since I was a kid, like, for real. I've gone to no parties. I've never dressed up other than when I was, like, a kid. Man, I would love to cosplay on Halloween, but I have nowhere to go. Um, so yeah, I guess I just don't have a lot of attachment to the fall. Honestly, most of my like memories with friends and stuff. I mean, there were some stuff we did in the fall, but a lot of it was more closely related to summer activities, not really fall stuff. Um, you guys are naming your costumes now. Yeah, I don't know what I mean. I would love to be. I have been wanting to. I know I was gonna do like the Majima stuff at PAX, but there were so many Naruto cosplay ideas I had. I would probably go as someone from Naruto for sure. Um, if I went to like a Halloween party or something, I would be one of the Akatsuki probably. I had so many ideas for how to do cool costumes, and I just didn't do any of them because I have no reason to. Pedro said they get sick often. Yeah, I'm pretty good at not getting sick, but yeah, I actually didn't even get my sickness right now from myself. Like someone else in the family got it and like gave it to everyone, so it wasn't even my fault. Um, Ducky Deathly is a spring person. Don't like when it gets darker. Yeah, the dark thing really kills winter for me. Like I feel like the days are so short. You never see the sunlight, and even when you do, most of the days are cloudy. At least where I am, we don't have like sunny winters usually. I hate it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I could start by 4:30. I remember like leaving. I remember being in middle school and like leaving middle school, at like 4 o'clock if I had to stay after for something, and like the sun would literally be setting, and I'm like, are you kidding me? The day's over. Gin takes in August is the worst. I think we did a month tier list at one point, and I think August was placed very low on the list. I always used to hate August. I don't particularly like August any more than I like had in the past, but I feel like there are by comparison worse months now that I dislike. So I would say August is probably like mid tier for me. Like almost all the winter months would be below August, I think, because at least in August it is still nice outside and it's still summer. What about this article was I specifically supposed to? Did you say was updated? I don't remember what was on it last time. Oh, a new lead here. Samuel Warwick said, "Hello, LSQ. What's up, Samuel? Glad you could stop by." Yeah, Michael's Mega. We did a month tier list. This was a long time ago. We did a month tier list. I think right. I think it was when I was doing face cam still. Um, I don't know if that stream is still around, but I don't know, man. Do a month tier list this time too. Um, I don't know. Maybe as we run out of more, as we like continue our way through the lost media and stuff, if we run out of things to do, we can like do a month tier list or something. Um, or we can look at like lost media archive stuff. Spellbound Studios said, "Why don't you post your clay anymore?" Well, I'm glad you enjoyed Spellbound. I just don't really have time to make clay anymore, and I don't really enjoy it because a large part of why the clay even existed was because like the viewers liked it, and I made it for them. But now my content is so different. No one, very few people even remember the clay that it's just not really like it's not really worth making anymore. I don't really find any fun in it. I'd love to go back and do it someday, but I just don't. I have not figured out that purpose yet. I have not figured out for what reason do I need to go back and do the clay. Um, I mean, even my drawings, I am still very like, I try to give myself reason to draw again, and like it's a very like unstable reason. Like at any point, I could just say, screw all this, I'm not going to draw anymore. But I feel like the illustrations I've made for my story, like they've been improving, and that alone gives me a reason to actually like draw. And I feel like that's not that I need to use my art for any particular reason anymore, but like that it alone is enough to like, okay, I want to like illustrate my characters and do like a good job with it. So like I spend the time to draw them. But like with the clay, I just there was no reason to do the clay, and I do miss that. I think about the clay every now and then. I think about how March was always like the big month for the new video game clay figure models videos, and I have all those sculptures still, but they're all heavily damaged in the boxes that I packed them in because they were very poorly archived back when it was the flood era, and my house flooded. This is many years ago, and I had to throw stuff in boxes as quickly as I could, and a lot of them broke and stuff. I'd have to do a whole repair session on them. So yeah, at some point I'll have to get all those out, but I have not found a reason to do clay again, which is unfortunate. So yeah, I kind of want to go look at those now. Hold on. We're gonna get a little nostalgic. I think, yeah, like, oh my god, I do miss this stuff. I do really miss this stuff, you guys. Like, it just reminds me. I think though I am more nostalgic for it because I'm getting older and I'm just like becoming more nostalgic for like the things I used to do. I don't think it's for any particular reason other than the memories I have making them. Like, I don't think a lot of this clay really holds up that well. Some of the sculptures do, but a lot of it I don't think really does. But it's just the memories of doing all this and, you know, doing it over the summer and all the sets and stuff. And I think it's just that nostalgia that's like coming back around to me. I think it's actually been, I think next year will, I can't remember if it was 2015 or 2016. May have been 2016 was the last sculpture I ever made. So like we're 8 years ago already, you know, and I just think about that stuff. But unfortunately, nostalgia is not enough to pull me back into it because it takes too much time and energy, and I wouldn't be doing it for any reason other than, I guess, for nostalgia. But I can just look at the pictures and get nostalgic. So also, I think I saw someone said something about, I think Slim Cognito mentioned about my novel, and someone earlier, or my story, and someone else earlier also mentioned about my story. Maybe later on in the stream, I'll give you guys the story repitch, because that is a little project I've been trying very, very hard to, like, what do I want to say? It's in a piece of rock, and I've been trying really, really hard to carve out that rock as delicately as I can. So, and I think it's been a while since we've talked about it on stream anyway, so maybe I'll give you guys the story reboot later on if we get more into creative endeavors and you know, stuff like that. Man, my Resaurus shadow. Remember my Resaurus shadow? Oh my god, dude. That was a nice trip down memory lane. Even my chalk is a little nostalgic too. The chalk drawings, although I did do some of those this year. I don't think I actually showed any of you guys my chalk drawings. They're not as good as they used to be by any means, but they're decent. Corvian also, can you look up the Milkshake Show? Is that like anything related to the block, or is it a completely different thing? We can go back and look that up. I'll pull it up at least. I'll pull that up, and I'll keep this thing up, and I wanted to say something about, what was I gonna say now about Milkshake. Hope that shows up. Yeah, my chalk. I actually had a little bit of chalk lore. Or maybe I've already explained the chalk lore. I can't remember. Also, this was related to Channel 5, the Milkshake block. Yeah. Or I may be already talked about the chalk lore. I can't remember. Wait until your clay sculptures swarm you, like in Toy Story when all the distorted toys surround Sid. Yeah, except I don't think they could get out of their box because they're all broken so badly they couldn't possibly climb out. Muppets Retro Fans, peace out. Well, thanks for stopping by. I was your biggest inspiration, Spellbound. Oh, well, thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, maybe someday I'll you know, go back, but I don't know. I don't really have enough of a reason to do it nowadays. Um, yeah. So, what was the lead? I feel like I've been on this page and I'm like, what was the lead on this again? Man, I almost want to get up and get the one piece of pizza that might be in the fridge. But I will not do that right at this moment. So I found the email of the friend of the founder through Rocket Reach, sent them an email, said they so what is the but was there anything new gained from this? Was there any new lead gained from this? He said not yet, but he wanted to know a bit more about me. And how I stumbled upon Smarties. Working email for Carl's daughter. I wanted to add update. So it looks like a lot of contacting, but not really any new like information though, from what I've gathered. So I guess that's better than nothing. So hopefully you can get some more. It's kind of annoying when you get kind of, you know, people just circle you around with leads and stuff. So hopefully you'll be able to get more of an answer to this, Raft Dreams. The new lead was Carl Musrocco and his daughter. Yeah, I thought maybe you had more like more content or more pictures or photos or something. But hopefully they'll get back to you. So I'll keep an eye out on the thread for sure. What's the Mario plush in the thumbnail? Carol Sue said. It's the Michael Mulick Mario from Germany. It's like a big meme plush. It's one of Night Rim's like ugly Marios. I found this big, like just absolutely goofy looking one a while ago, and I was gonna buy it, but I didn't. I can't even find the picture of it. Yeah, I think it was on eBay France or something. The shipping would have been like massive, and it wasn't in the best condition. If it was tagged, I probably would have bought it, but not being tagged, I was like, no, I'm not going to spend like a lot of money on that. Average Race fans peacing out for now. I do not have a Discord server. I am in the Lost Media Wiki one, but I don't have my own Discord server, and I'm not. If you ping me in the Lost Media Discord one, I'll see it, but I'm not really active in there to begin with, other than the Slamfest channel. Gokai Orange, thanks for the super chat. Hey, LSuperSoniQ, I'd love to see you look into a forum post I made a few days ago about an episode of Let's Make a Deal that fans of Food Fight would like. That sounds really bizarre. Yeah, we can go back to the forums. I'll add you to the list. I'll read this article, and then we'll go to the forums again. I can't even imagine what that would be about. Is this a long article? No, it's not long. Oh, is it all found? Oh, no, I was going to say. We're reading a Found Media article. I think someone else also said, Cartoon Cal said, is the Kablam episode 29 vid your first Lost Media vid? Because I think that also happens to be the first vid I ever saw from you. I know the Metroid Dread one predated it. I don't think I would really... I guess technically the Metroid Dread one would be the very first, like, encounter with lost media or lost content that I had on my channel. But I don't know if I would count that, because that was more heavily inspired from like Yuri of Wind's beta videos, not so much a direct relation of like knowing what lost media was. The Kablam one was more of the direct relation to lost media, because I had watched Jorge's video and then did that one. So I guess it depends on how you look at it. In the whole timeline, I would say Metroid Dread was like the beginning, but if you just want to base it on like core lost media, I would say the Kablam one was the first one. Yeah, because that was made directly because I watched Jorge's video on lost media, and I didn't know what lost media was like before that. The Metroid Dread one, like I said, was more like beta content, but I didn't really see it as lost content. Also saw Mr. Jaxo with the super chat. I hope you're having a nice day. What's your favorite lost media as of right now? I would say right now it's probably I gotta say me and my friends are Slamfest still. I mean, I guess favorite in terms of like, you know, I'm still heavily invested in those. I follow the searches. I do love Slamfest. For as much as I complain about Slamfest and me and my friends hitting dead ends, I really do like those topics. And I think once their searches are over, it will be a search so timeless it will go down in history as one of the most defining pieces of lost media from the community. But it's just really annoying now because it feels like we're never going to find them. But those are probably still two of my favorites right now. I always love when new leads kind of pop up and stuff from them. Big Star Secret's also really good too. I do enjoy following that. Samuel Warwick said, "What's your favorite lost media found this year?" Mine are PBS retro airings of Thomas and Friends and receiving 3 episodes of Jim Henson's Animal Jam from the creator himself. Whoa, I didn't know about that. I would say favorite found media this year is probably Boondocks Pilot, or probably Boondocks Pilot, because that's an old school topic. I remember that from the old wiki, and that's something that just showed up and no one ever thought it was just going to appear. And I think it wasn't supposed to be released because of copyright reasons, and it's up anyway. I'm gonna say Boondocks Pilot probably. I think that's definitely like very, very high up there. Man, I wish I had my Powerade. I didn't get a drink before I did this. Tonight's gonna be a Powerade night though. Bunny Bonbon, what's up? Their favorite lost media is Starstorm. Oh yeah, the live action Saint Seiya. I do remember that. That wasn't even found that long ago. Boopus said stuck to ODB. Not sure what that's about. I could look that up, I guess. We have to do the Gokai Oranges thing too before I forget. What thread was that in? What category was that in? Let's make it. I guess I could just search for it. Lost media. Okay. Am I ready for Halloween to get closer? No, because I have not done any of my October videos yet, so I'm not ready for that. Oh, what is this? Me and my friends pilot? Like, update? I wish I had a reason to be happy for Halloween, but I don't. The only, I guess, exciting part is like going to Spirit Halloween, but I'm still afraid of the animatronics, and I'm like sick, so I'm not even gonna end up probably getting there. What was it called, by the way? There is a set of Rex the Runt plushes that are very rare, the silly film reviewer said. What is that? Let's make a deal episode. Did I miss it? I'm looking for this now. Yeah, I like the idea of Halloween. I like watching videos of people going to Halloween stuff, but I would never want to do it myself. I'm just like too afraid of all that stuff. I've never really liked scary stuff. Um, I guess I'm just really stupid or I can't read. I'm seeing Machine Girl on Halloween. I don't actually know what that is. Is that a horror movie? Yeah, display the posts as threads. Lost Media Wiki. Soap said hi, LSuperSonicQ. What's up? Soap, glad you could stop by. Oh, Food Fight cosplayer on Let's Make a Deal? This must be it. Okay. I just wanted to pull up. I want to read what this is first. This Backyardigans thing. It's probably someone just being they're a band. Okay, I did not know that. Oh, is there any updates to the search? The most recent time I heard about the search was from LC's recent video. We talked about the animation of Pablo walking. Yeah, okay, there is no update. I figured it was going to be something like that. Catherine Marino said, "Hey, what's up, Catherine? Glad you could stop by. We're reading some articles. I guess we're reading forums now. I do have an article up as well, though. I forgot about the toy site thing, Spellbound. Yeah, toy site stuff was cool. That was last year, though. I think. Still gotta get those. I still have to get those online. Yo, Captain Rex, what's up? Been a long time. Glad you could stop by. Haven't had your quotes in a while. We're just chilling. We've been chilling for about an hour and a half, I think. Pretty solid stream. We haven't even really ventured too heavily into lost media territory yet. Like we're kind of doing the main articles and stuff now, which is pretty good. So, also, what is Rex the Runt, silly film reviewer? I already asked that. You're gonna make me type it in now, aren't you? If this is like something inappropriate, I'll be very angry. Oh, it's just some like thing? I don't know what this is. I do see plushes though, so interesting. Never heard about this before. Graduate classes? Oh man. Yeah, I guess that'll do it. It was an Aardman series. Interesting, Gokai Orange. I actually didn't really pick up on that from the pictures. It didn't seem like something they would have done. Yeah, that's crazy, the school stuff. I forget school even exists most of the time. Because I am not in school. Okay, so there was nothing with this, no updates. I guess we could probably read this. Oh, this isn't too long. So Gokai Orange said, "Food fight cosplayer on Let's Make a Deal." So this has been a thing that's been eating at me for many years, but with the sudden resurgence of interest in food fight, now is a good time to see if anyone else is interested in this topic. There was an episode of Let's Make a Deal where an audience member got called up to play, and he was dressed as Daredevil Man, Wayne Brady's character from the film. For the uninitiated, one of the most famous aspects of Let's Make a Deal is the fact that the audience are all dressed up in silly costumes in an attempt to get Wayne or Monty from the original Let's Make a Deal to pick them. Someone on the show's crew must have realized who the contestant was dressed as, because from what I remember, Wayne completely forgot about Food Fight, as he had to ask the contestant who he was dressed as. That's funny. For when this episode aired, I have no major recollection. I know this happened between 2012 and 2017 because I remember watching it in a specific house I lived in at the time. I know finding this specific episode will be a needle in a haystack given how many episodes are shot, but I know for a fact someone had the cojones to show off their Daredevil Dan cosplay to Wayne Brady's face on his game show, and there's nothing else. That's really funny, actually. Oh my god, like just the idea of that is just really funny to me. I kind of hope that resurfaces now. I have no idea how you'd find that though, because game show stuff is notoriously hard to find. But that's a great topic. Um, yeah, I mean, if more people hear about it and more people like know about it, it could definitely show up. So, um, yeah, that's a funny little topic, and you can definitely just go and like try to find this yourself. You don't have to, like, or wherever you could find recordings. You don't have to, like, you know, um, you don't have to like go to the end of the earth to find this. Like anyone could find it. Anyone could come across it. So that makes it even more interesting. Alexis Gibson said, "Hey, Alexis Q, I'm so happy the Lost Dub video is finally out." Yeah, that one was kind of a hard one to do, but I'm glad it finally did come out as well. I was kind of stuck on it for a couple of weeks, but I'm glad it finally came out and we got some dot and jump stuff from it. So might do a sequel on that at some point. Not sure. It probably wouldn't be for a while, but um, yeah. So Um, my video list is pretty packed for the rest of the year, actually. Like, I definitely was not planning on doing a second dub video, and even if I said, oh, I really want to do a second one, like, there'd probably be no room for it. So that probably would be something that would come out next year anyway. But I definitely have enough topics to do a second one because there's so many that I could pick. Um, oh yeah, the stuck to the ODB thing. Yeah, I could check that out. Yeah, so I might get into that a little bit later. If we start getting a little off track, I was gonna say trap. I was gonna say track and topic at the same time. Um, might get into that a little bit later. I will say though, I think the change. I think I guess I won't I won't get into a big rant right now, but maybe later on we'll talk about that. Um, I do have a lot of thoughts about it as well that I have just been like mixing around in my head for the past like 2 weeks. What was I supposed to read now? I have to read this because it was a super chat. I'll look up the ODB thing. Is that what it was? ODB or yeah, it was. Um, Spike TV reality show. Is this offensive? Oh, I remember reading this article before. I've actually read this article before. I think. Um, can't remember if there was anything weird about this article. I guess it's not tagged as anything. Um, I don't know if I was going to cover this or not. I feel like at one point I was thinking about it, but then I maybe didn't because it didn't really fit a lot of the rest of the stuff I cover on the channel. All right, got to read 2 articles now. Shadowman, yeah, well, you can still read it. It actually is still up right now. You can go find it right now. It's actually there's one more chapter than there was previously, and the next chapter is coming out tomorrow because I spent all day writing it, or all day yesterday writing it. So you can still go read it, but I can give you more of the lore on that, I guess, later on. Maybe if we get into it more. Also, it's not a graphic novel. It's actually a like written novel. I kind of just call it a story now because I feel like calling it a novel is like somehow like I don't know, like spitting on real novelists. So I just say it's a story with like illustrations, like you know, a couple illustrations in each chapter or whatever. Um, I do remember Spike TV being in the man channel, Incognito. That was like their gimmick, I think. I remember watching I think a couple different shows on Spike TV when I was a kid. I know they had the most extreme elimination challenge on there. I remember watching that. I believe that was on Spike TV. I think they also had like the 1001 Ways to Die or something. I think I remember watching that as well, which is crazy that my parents were really overprotective about what we watched as kids. I can't believe they even let Spike TV be on when we were in the room. Although I guess a lot of that stuff wasn't really like intentionally like in your face, like I think I actually do remember, unless it's a false memory, I swear I remember seeing the Ren and Stimpy party cartoon on there as a kid. And I think maybe, I don't remember if we watched some of it or what, but I swear I remember seeing that on there, which is crazy. Um, I kind of want to get like a drink and then continue reading. Man, I would love I want the food. Man, I didn't even get to eat before I did this because I was trying to find that stupid picture of the Mario plush, the big goofy stupid Mario plush, and I couldn't find it. And I went to eBay, I went to WorthPoint, I went to eBay France, I went to my message history on eBay because I had talked to the seller before, but I couldn't find his message. Couldn't find it. I didn't get food because I was looking for a stupid Mario plush. Bartholomew said, "Hi, LSuperSonicQ. What's up, Bartholomew? Glad you could stop by. Have you heard about the Lost Pat and Matt episode called Playing Cards. I don't know what Pat. See, I don't know what Pat Matt is, but Pat Mac. I don't know what that is though. Um, Imagine if SpongeBob Adult Party Cartoon was real. Oh, that would have been wild. I feel like SpongeBob would have been ruined if that ever even existed, even a little bit. I guess we can. Which one is shorter? I think both of these are kind of long. Well, I know the premise of this one. Um, it was like a reality show where like people were they had to stay within 10 feet of this guy from Wu-Tang Clan, and like wacky stuff happened. And I think originally it was like about a Mike Tyson thing, but then he was controversial, so they changed it. And I think it was kind of throughout the course of filming, they had GPSs so they couldn't be too far away from each other. There was prize money. I don't. Why was this not even released? I think just because it was weird or something. Um, 4 episodes were shot before production wrapped. Some sources said the show was going to air on September 14th, but it was not aired. And then he died. I think I remember reading that too. And then they're probably not going to release it because of that. I do remember coming across this at one point. Can you check Discord? I kind of logged off of Discord, but I suppose I could go back on there. Yeah, I remember coming across this article. Also, yeah, silly, exactly what Jackson Stuff said. Silly film reviewer. I said I don't know what that is. Also, Spellbound said I came up with a new Nintendo generation of consoles called the Nintendo Core and DS Extreme. Love your content. Well, thank you. Yeah. I do like the Nintendo Core. That sounds kind of cool. The DS Extreme, I'm not a big fan of though. I feel like the DS Extreme feels like an early 2000s kind of fad thing. Nintendo Core sounds good though. I do like that. Crash said I heard the lost episodes of that one Rankin Bass show. They were Reluctant Dragon and Mr. Toad on the Library of Congress. How do we get them? I guess you go there and watch them probably. Or how did Raymona get the Library of Congress stuff released that she got released? I guess just do that. I didn't even know there were lost Rankin and Bass shows. I don't think there were any mods the whole night. Or someone I think did tag Yoshi Killer really early on, but other than that, no other mods showed up. Might have to revoke some mod privileges from some of the current mods. I have been reading chat all night though, so it's not really a problem. Boogie Woogie Blue Whale, I feel like it sounds really familiar, and I can't remember what it is. Was it the VHS thing? I can't remember. I gotta add your thing, Crass, to this list. Also, before I forget, there will be a new video out this week. I don't know why I didn't say that earlier, why I need to say it now, but before I forget, there will be a new video out this week. It's actually one that I've kind of been wanting to make for a while, so I'm glad that it'll finally be getting out, and there's some really cool stuff in it, so I hope you guys enjoy that. There's like a million NASCAR articles on the wiki. Yeah, the VHS thing, I do remember that. I don't think I have any updates to that. I just remember some guy is like, hey, I have lost media, but I have like a sealed tape of it or something, and I'm like, okay, like, cool. I remember like that someone talked to me about that. If it's what I'm recalling it to be, the guy had a sealed tape, but he's like, but I'm not going to release it. Like, oh, okay. And that was about it. It is lost media related, Papa John. Yeah. I don't want to give it away like what it is, but it is like a main lost media related video. There's some really there's one really, really popular topic in there. I think there's a couple others that people have mentioned before as well. And then some more obscure stuff. So a good mix of topics and everything. Any better name than DS Extreme? I don't know. I was not hired to name Nintendo consoles. I have no idea what they would have called it. DS2. Or they made the... No, that already exists. 2DS. Pokebrick said I have this from going to gatekeep it. Yeah, like, I don't... You know what? Like, I don't care. Like, I don't... Gee, now I have to pick words wisely, because LSuperSonicQ can't be on camera saying, I don't care if you gatekeep things. No, that's not what I'm saying, but, like, I'm not going to force someone to, or be aggressive if someone has lost media they don't want to release. Like, that's their own decision. Like, what am I going to do? Complain about it? But what I don't understand is, yes, exactly that, Pokebrick. When someone will message me or tell me, hey, I have this, but I'm not going to release it. And I'm like, great. What do you want me to, like, why are you telling me that you have it? That, like, that's, you know, if someone has something that, like, is known to not be dumped and they're just not going to release it, fine, whatever. It exists as it does. But yeah, like, why message me and tell me you have a sealed tape but you're not going to release it? What am I going to say to that? Okay, great. Well, it's still not lost. It's still not found. What you're not going to be in a video for having a sealed tape. Release it, and then I'll talk about it in the Found Media video. So I don't know what to say about that. Also, why the heck did someone change... I was going to say, like, someone just came in and trolled and changed their profile to one of my characters, but, like, I have the chat set up where you have to be subscribed for a day unless someone did this ahead of time knowing that I would stream at some point eventually. That is wild. I'm going to assume you're like a genuine fan of the series, and to that I say, well, I appreciate it. I gotta say, I do think Julie's character arc is a little more dynamic than Alice's, I will say that. Yeah, I also, just for the record, would not say, like, dedicated hater. I hope they're a dedicated fan and not actually a dedicated hater, but I don't know, man. The thing is, yeah, the thing with hoarding lost media, yeah, I definitely feel like like, no matter what the case is, like, don't harass anyone over anything. Like, whatever, they're hoarding it, fine. Even if people tell me they're gonna hoard it, fine. Do whatever you want to do. This actually does kind of bring up an interesting point that I talked about, on, or I saw a tweet from, like, Quentin Reviews, I think, that I only saw because someone, like, posted about it in a Discord server about how the Lost Media Wiki tags themselves as being archivists, but it's just comprised of a bunch of kids or whatever, and, like, who annoy people, and, like, man, I like, no hate to Quentin or whatever, you know, and I obviously understand that's kind of like the way people see the wiki and stuff, but, like, man, I tweeted this too. I just feel like I don't think it's an issue of, like, them being kids inherently, or the idea that they're only looking for kids things, or, like, I think it comes down to ethics and, like just how you, what did I say on Twitter? I can't remember what the tweet was now. It was ethics and another E word. Etiquette. I think no matter whether it's the Lost Media community or the Sonic community or the Nickelodeon community or the Five Nights community or the baseball community, if you have any type of community that, like, I don't want to say houses because we're not, like, actively invited. I shouldn't even say we anymore, because I also feel like people group me in as, like, a Lost Media. Like, yes, I work with the wiki, I'm in the wiki, but, like, I am not the Lost Media wiki. So I shouldn't even say we anymore, because I feel like it's not I'm a YouTuber that talks about Lost Media and I like the wiki, but I am not the wiki itself. I am not the embodiment of the wiki. So I should start to be careful about saying I and we and this and that, because then you get grouped into a whole different thing. Anyway, my point is, it's not that the wiki itself, I think, like, houses or encourages, like, they're not trying to pull in those people. I think it's just because of what lost media is, just because kids in their nature are just stupid. Okay, that's going to get taken out of context. They're immature. I just think it lends itself to a much greater extent to overstep those boundaries and come off as annoying or come off as like needy or whatever the case is. And I don't think that's necessarily a reflection of the lost media community itself. Any community that houses those kinds of people is going to be hated. And perhaps then the problem then becomes, okay, how do we mitigate the amount of immature kids that are in the community or that bother people? Is there anyone on Twitter that asks for a piece of lost media part of the community? I think that's an unfair assessment to make. Where are people seeing this kids being annoying kids from? Is that within the community? Is that on the forums? Is that just on random websites? We have no control over what people do on the websites. Like, I mean, that's like, that's like if a bunch of Sonic fans got angry over something and started being jerks. Well, what are you going to do? Like, blame the Sonic community if they're on, like, some, cooldude.com forums? Well, no, like they're, just because they're on a forum and they say they like Sonic doesn't mean they're part of the, and I feel like the semantics of all this stuff has just really gotten, like, very, very, very bad, like, over the years. And it really, really bothers me that, like, we're still having these conversations, like, all these years later about people, about people hating the community and people hating me and people blaming me for things and people blaming the community for things. And again, I'm not like throwing hate on Quentin. I'm just saying a greater scope of his idea is what I'm responding to, because it's nothing new. That is exactly how people view the wiki, and they think we look for nonsense garbage and it's not worth finding and stuff. And like, okay, what is your definition of nonsense garbage? Is it a kid's show? Is it a bumper? Is it a pilot? I've seen people say Lost Pilots are stupid. Well, I think 1920s movies are stupid because I'm not going to watch a 1920s movie because I don't care about that stuff. But someone does care about it. And to those people I say, you do you. And we will do us. And that is the Lost Media Wiki in its core. It is a compartment of many different people doing many different things. So when you say, I can't believe the Lost Media community just spent, a year looking for this Nihao Kailan short. No, the Lost Media community didn't spend a year looking for a Nihao Kailan short. That was a small group of people that liked looking for Nihao Kailan and the Downward Doghouse and the Nick Jr. stuff. That was from a thread, or I don't think that was specifically from a thread, but that was from a thread. That was from a group of people. Like, it's not like the community is this one big, like, entity that, like, man, it's not 2015 anymore. And I hate all these casuals and, like, passerbys who don't know a damn thing about the community and how it operates to make these broad assumptions when they have no clue what actually goes on in the community. They just see, LSuperSonicQ talked about SpongeBob again. What an asshole. I can't believe he's spending his time looking for a yellow sponge. And it's like, no, man. Like, you don't know what's going on, but that's the problem. And I think that's why people hate the community, is because they don't know what actually goes on. And all they're seeing is this flyby stuff of people. I've seen Jorge get trashed on too. Like, these people, they're we're posting the biggest finds because they're the biggest finds. People wanted Charlie the Steak Found. People wanted Celebrity Number 6. People wanted the SpongeBob Jeopardy. And then all, like, the casuals who aren't really involved in that stuff see it, and they form this negative opinion of the entire scene surrounding Lost Media. And I'm just so tired of it. I am so tired of it. And, like, that's just one aspect of it. That's one area from the outside. There are plenty of problems within the community itself. That's kind of its own beast, which isn't really worth talking about now. But yeah, man, I'm just getting real sick of it. And, like, it just, how do we solve the problem of kids giving Lost Media the bad name when we have no control over what people do outside of the community? It's just name association. Hey, can you dump this Lost Media, please? I really want it. Do it now. Do it now, or I'm gonna, find where you live. Do it now, or I'm gonna, like, what are we supposed to say to that? Like, we can't claim ownership of everyone that talks about lost media online. So, like, man, it's just so frustrating. That's part of what's been on my mind lately. Also, before I read any of the, hey, you come to these for the rants. But like, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, I guess the rant is over. But like, that's the thing is this isn't some stupid collectible scalping person. This isn't some, name anything else I've ranted about that didn't matter. Like, this is the genuine, like, you guys, whether you know it or not, you are involved in lost media because you watch my content and stuff and you follow along with it. And like, this is something that the community is experiencing right now. And I'm really worried it's only going to get worse. I'm kind of surprised with how quickly things escalated, and I'm afraid it's only going to get worse as time goes on. So I'm trying really hard to like mitigate that and like defuse everything and be like, okay, why don't we just let people search for what they want to search for? And and I know Twitter is like toxic to begin with, but like I said, I mean, if Twitter is the majority, I mean, that's where I'm posting new finds when they're not in videos or in addition to videos. That's, I know Jorge's on Twitter too, and like, I just feel like that's grown the community too, like posting all that found media. But with that growth comes like contempt and like, or what's the saying there? Fondness comes contempt, whatever the saying is. And I just feel like this is new territory that we've never faced before, or I've never seen before with lost media. I've never seen so many people get angry at fines or the people in the community or the community in general and just like bad mouthing them. And like, I never, like, where did all this hate come from? And the only things I can go back to is just the wider scope of lost media and how it just attracts people that maybe are a little immature and that rubs off the wrong way. And B, just the general hatred that people have in believing that the old community was better, which I think is partially comes from within the community, but also partially from outside of the community too. Like I said, it's not 2015 anymore, and the community was never set on finding, lost films let me rephrase that. Lost silent films from the 1920s or lost historical books that were burned in ancient Rome 1,000 years ago. Like, that was never its focus. And if you go back and, if you go back through the old days of the wiki, people weren't talking about that. They just simply were not talking. And I think because there has been such an influx, an influx and an interest in SpongeBob and kid show stuff more than there ever was before, I feel like it's clouded people's memories and they think that back then the wiki was different when it actually wasn't. There just wasn't as much SpongeBob stuff, but we were still looking for SpongeBob stuff. We were looking for pilots. We were looking for lost video game betas. We were looking for all the same stuff. I will pull up the first 10 articles on the website. I made a tweet about that the other day. The first 10 articles that were ever on the Lost Media Wiki were kids show stuff, NSFL stuff, and spooky/unconfirmed stuff. It hasn't changed. It's not like what the wiki was originally founded on, finding these important historical documents, and all these SpongeBob kids came in and ruined it. We were looking for the same Nickelodeon stuff 15 years ago, back in 2015, 10 years ago, as we were right now. It's just, you can see, it's just, the contrast is deeper now because there's just more, it's bigger and there's more interest in kids stuff, but it was always there. It was always there alongside with all the other stuff, all the other, movies and stuff that people tried looking for. So I don't know about that, man. I'm just saying, I'm trying to like defend this, and I just feel like, man, I still can't even think of a good comparison. I will stand in front of the lost, even though I just said that I should be careful about saying we, because I think saying we also makes me look like a bad guy because, well, you are the wiki and I am not the wiki, but like, man, I will stand with that shield in front of the Lost Media Wiki logo and be like, come at me, bro. So there you go. Also, I just wanted to point this out before it gets buried. I did see that Julie fan, who I thought was trolling, actually said they're an actual fan of my story. It's very good and entertaining. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're a fan of that. New chapter coming out tomorrow, and if you're an actual fan for Julie, well, you will like her character development in the next chapter. So, stay tuned for that. I also see Kraz said justice for Piper Opossum. Yeah, and like I'm trying not like I said, I don't know, like I don't want to be like a hater. If you don't like the wiki, fine, that's one thing. But I just don't like people like going out of their way to villainize it. I think that's the thing. If you don't like the wiki, fine, but like don't villainize me, don't villainize the wiki or the people that like Lost Media and stuff. It's just, I hate that. And Simcognito probably like Simcognito probably hit it on the head. People need someone to blame. I see the Nathan NS said silent films are key to historical art of cinematography. And you want to know what? That is absolutely fine. You can search for them. You can absolutely search for them. The wiki can search for them. I have absolutely no problem. Do you want to know what? I simply don't care about them because I have I can't care about everything. I cannot care about everything. I don't care about what they were doing in ancient Rome 50,000 years ago because I don't care. My interest and my core existence is based around the cartoons I grew up with. That is what I spend my time and energy looking at. If anyone else wants to find silent films, whatever, I'm not saying I don't think they're important. I'm not saying I don't think they're worth finding. Absolutely. Have a ball. But for me, my time, I don't care. So, like, you gotta pick and choose your battles. So, and that applies to anything. To the people that hate SpongeBob, they think cartoons are stupid. Fine. You can think they're stupid all day long. I don't care. Just don't stop me from searching for them. And if you don't stop me from searching for SpongeBob, I'm not going to stop you from searching for lost films. So, it is what it is. Papa John said the old days of the wiki was like Clockman and Cracks and SpongeBob. It was always about... Yes, exactly. That's exactly my point, too. That's exactly my point, too. I also think people just, like, take Lost Media way too seriously. Like, I also get real... Like, one of my pet peeves is, like, when I call something Lost Media and, like, it's not, like, perfectly Lost Media, and people will, like, freak out. Like, I will never forget that Friendly's watermelon roll tweet where I'm like, guys, lost food found, or whatever, or I forget how it was worded, and it was literally like the watermelon roll. They announced it coming back, or it was in the store. I don't remember what it was, and I'm like, guys, like found. I don't think I even said. I said like found food. I said like found food or something, and people were like, bruh, this is so bad. Like, you're dumb. This isn't Lost Media. Now we're calling, and I said, dude, I said found food. Like, it was very clearly in jest. Like, oh my God, like, it's not so serious. Man, like, the more time you spend on the internet, it's just crazy. I don't know. I feel like the Lost Media rants, I'm totally fine with going off the rails on the Lost Media rants just because it's, like, super relevant. I try not to do, like, the collectible rants anymore because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if someone's selling a plush for $10,000. You know, if somebody who's rich wants to buy it, like, at the end of the day, who cares about that? But so I try not to do like the collectible rants or whatever anymore. But like, I don't know, man. Like, when you're so heavily involved in a community and like a culture, and you see this stuff happening, like, I don't know. It just really sucks. I don't know. It just becomes like not. It's just like not. I said found food media. Okay, I mean, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even like make sense, really. What is found food media? Like, it almost is so comical it doesn't even make sense. Also, Julie fan, did you read the latest chapter, or what do you mean the ending? Because I did continue it after that. If you haven't read it yet, it's on Wattpad. It is like changed from when it was that original iteration, but like the third chapter was never actually written at that point. So it's kind of all new content that isn't really like specific to any version. If you haven't read it, check it out though. Um, but yeah, even in the new version though, like the majority of the scenes and stuff are all like intact. The story is still the same and stuff. It's just not as intense. Oh, both endings. Oh, well, I'm glad you liked it. Okay, but here's the thing, Yoshi. Here's my thing. Is it worth getting mad over me saying found food media? Like, it's not like I made a whole argument about why food is lost media. Like, it's not like I said, guys, the watermelon roll is actually lost media because of all these like, why are people like? I feel like if you're getting mad over if I feel like if someone is getting mad over found food media, they should go watch the news or watch some type of political thing and actually get mad over some of that stuff. Like, if you're mad over found food media, please go get mad over something that is worth being mad about. Like, for real. That's why I stopped ranting about the plushes, because I realized at some point, does it really matter if someone buys a plush for $10,000? Do I care at the end of the day? No, I don't care at all. So, I don't know. Maybe that's the moral of the story is like, do we really need to care as much about anything if it really doesn't relate to our daily lives at all? Like, I've seen plenty of things on Twitter that I disagree. I guess, with the exception of this rant specifically about lost media, Twitter etiquette, and also, like stuff like that, with the exception of like an entire community that I am a part of on a daily basis. Like, I see, people say stuff on Twitter all the time I disagree with. And you want to know what I say? Fine, whatever. You want to know what, guys? I like Shadow the Hedgehog. I like Sonic 06. And you want to know what? I don't argue with people who say they don't like them. They're the worst games ever. I say, you want to know what? You probably didn't play them far enough. But that's fine, because I did, and I know they're good games. So, I leave it at that. I don't get mad about Sonic 06 or anything. I just feel like more people need to, like, live like that. Maybe you can't because it's the internet. Yeah, but the thing is, why is there, like, this is, I don't know if you were here for the whole rant, Yoshi, but this is the thing, though. The lost media community cares about the stupidest things. That is just an opinion, because I don't this is what I don't understand is, like, they, just because there are people like me that talk about the bumpers and the promos and the commercials. First off, why does that encapsulate the entirety of the Lost Media Wiki? It doesn't, because it's just one part of it. And two, like, I don't understand where all this hate is even bubbled up from. Go back 5 years ago, no one was saying Lost Media Wiki is stupid, looking for stupid things. Where did that all come from? I should make a video on lost photo media, I guess. And the thing is, maybe there are more lost media people out there doing more damage that I'm not even aware of, because I don't really go on Twitter that much to look at people. I don't know. Maybe there are worse YouTubers doing worse things. I don't know, but I don't know. It just, that kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, well, does the wiki claim ownership to everyone that brands themselves as a lost media content creator? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Subcritical Archive. We just finished a rant on why people need to chill out over hating the Lost Media Wiki. To be clear, it was not about myself specifically. I was just making a point that I don't like the constant sentiment that, like, the wiki is somehow this, like, how the wiki is constantly villainized. And that's what I don't understand is, like, what is, again, where did all this even, where did all this hatred even come from? Because it wasn't there 5 years ago. It wasn't there 4 years ago. It's like within the past 2 years, everyone decided, man, the wiki is really stupid. And I don't know where it even came from. It just felt like it appeared overnight. But whatever, that's that. I didn't even read this article yet. Dude, I can't even stress enough the lost food media. It was so clearly in jest. It's not like I wrote a big article about why I believe food is media. Lost food media. It was funny. It was like, it wasn't like, oh my God, you think I was preaching to the choir about how food is media. I just can't believe it. Man, now I really want a drink now. Also, I'm probably not gonna go back on Discord right now. Like, I'm not like yelling at you, Yoshi. I'm just saying, like, if that's, I don't think Jorge would get roasted if he said that. I feel like he definitely wouldn't. I honestly also think not to let, I disagree with you, Yoshi. I don't think he would. And I think this also goes back to that idea. I don't want to make it about me. I think it goes back to that idea that, like, I'm the person that people can step on more easily. I feel like few people would probably cross Jorge or like a lot of the bigger, more prominent figures. People know I don't snap back at anything, and they can walk all over me because I don't like starting arguments. So, like, I just feel like I'm also an easier target for that stuff because they know they can trash me and I'm not going to do anything about it. I remember I said that one time. I was on a date with a girl, and I remember she asked me, like, what's your biggest character flaw? Because we were talking about, like, each other, and I remember I said to her, like, my biggest character flaw is I don't like conflict. I don't stand up for myself. And I think I do think that's a problem. People know they can walk all over me. So I think no matter what I say, if it's the wrong thing or the right thing, if people want to take a shot, they know they can take a shot and get away with it. Um, Crass also said, speaking of which, Wendy's chicken tenders were absolute bomb. I don't think I've ever. Do they not have them anymore? I've never had Wendy's before. I don't think I've ever actually had Wendy's before. Now that I think about it. Well, thanks for the super chat. If I'm ever at Wendy's, I'll have some of those. But if I'm going to spend money on fast food, I'm going to go to Burger King, I think. Um, Burger King had chicken tenders were really good, Mr. Awesome Guy Boss said. I haven't had Burger King chicken in a long time. I didn't even know Zaxby's was a place that existed, Jimmy Truck, until I saw a commercial for it, because we don't have any around here. I should probably read this. Are you going to try the new SpongeBob collab on stream? Borkbine said. Oh, I forgot about that, the Krabby Patty thing. Maybe that would be worth getting. I'm sure everyone's going to do that, but maybe I will just because it's SpongeBob. I've never had chicken fries, Jeremiah's either. I'd love to have the chicken fries, but I'd never get them. I just get the same thing every time. Every time I go to like any fast food place, I just get the same thing. Are you on the potato wiki? I don't know what that is. I don't know why I read that out loud. I think I was supposed to read it in my head. Did you see that me and Woomy managed to pull a segment from the Wacky World of Tex Avery? Yoshikila said, I did see that on the homepage of the wiki. We could actually check that out. I'm not sure what actually that is, or that the series was lost at all. I'll have to check. We'll check that out actually. I was kind of curious about that. Yes, Soap. Someone uploaded it to archive.org. The original the original written version will, I guess, probably never get lost, but it's technically not canon anymore, even though the vast majority of its like plot did get worked over into the second version. So, um, I see Dylan did say something really interesting that has, believe it or not, has also been brought up before. I won't spend a long time on it, but I will just say that it has been discussed before, I think, on Twitter and in the community, where 99% of the stuff that I talk about is just not readily available. It's not actually lost. I have seen people argue that like Meso Blues, the Johnny Bravo pilot from Vampartable, is not actually lost media because he has a copy. Like I have seen that argument before. And again, I guess it just depends on on people's individual interpretation of lost media, because that idea is definitely not anything new. I've come across it before. But like, man, if we considered that lost media, or if we considered everything that was actually lost only lost media, then yeah, you're right. 99% of everything that gets talked about would never be discussed. I mean, what we would have a community with 10 articles. Like I don't know. So that's also just another like way to view it, I guess. Another viewpoint to have with what's actually lost and what's actually not lost. So some people do hold that viewpoint and some people don't. So I can understand where it comes from, but you know, I think maybe I can have a little bit of push, or what's the word, like give a little leeway for it. I think maybe it depends on the length of time it was unavailable for. Like I'm thinking back to like Meso Blues, when that's been lost ever since 1996. Okay, so that I would say lost media. But I've come across, there is plenty of stuff like even the SpongeBob Little Big Planet commercial and like other commercials, other bumpers that have shown up. Yeah, like they were on YouTube just buried, or like they showed up like a day later. Okay, I mean, like, can you really say like stuff that was on YouTube that no one had found was I immediately say that, and then I'm reminded of Clockman. Can you say Clockman wasn't really lost media? I feel like it's a little blasphemous to say that. So, again, it all depends on the semantics that an individual would want to play with the concept of what is lost and what counts as lost. So, I guess it all depends. Slamfest, yeah. Well, Slamfest might actually be lost, so I don't know. Yo, Sewer. It's a moot point because that's like saying Crackmaster wasn't lost because Sesame Workshop had a copy of it. Yeah, well, I guess some people do. Some people do have that sentiment. So, I. It is what it is. I guess I'm not gonna I disagree with it, but I'm not gonna say you can't. Someone can't believe in it. Man, Corvine's probably like, when are you gonna read my article, LSSQ? Yeah, we probably should read this. What I gotta have to take a moment though and like assess everything though. Okay, we're 2 hours in. Doesn't feel like 2 hours. It feels like it's been more than 2 hours. It's 10 o'clock. Feels like it's later than 10 o'clock for some reason, but it doesn't feel like it's been it's been 2 hours. We gotta read this article. We gotta read. Oh, Yoshi said this article wasn't actually updated. I am kind of curious what the rest of this is about, though. German. Armed Adillo. Textra Credit. Oh my god, some of these names are wild. Night of the Living Dumb. I didn't actually know this. Was it? I thought this was released on DVD, though. Episodes premiered the spring of 1990 and never appeared anywhere else after the syndicated run. I didn't know this was actually lost. I swear this had a DVD release or something. Wow, there actually is a lot. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like the whole series, this whole section of the series is lost. Yeah, Papa John, I was thinking that too. I thought people really hated this. But I guess it's lost, so the article hasn't been updated yet, but the description of the YouTube upload explains it. Oh, that's not even linked here. There is an English dub, you spelled dub wrong, of Pat and Matt. What was that again? Film reviewer? I don't remember what that was. Okay, I'm going to read the milkshake article after this. I have never seen this before. This reminds me of like Postman Pat and Fireman Sam and Koala Brothers and all that. Was this made by all those same people? It kind of looks like it. Is this lost or not? I feel like this is something that I probably would be lost. Handshake? Is the handshake a meme? Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. So I'm going to read this article before we neglect it any further. So the Milkshake Show, partially lost milkshake live action. Did we read this last time? I swear we read this last time. Just click on the Lost Media Wiki report to see the YouTube upload. Okay, I'll go back after I read this. I swear we read this. Because I think I said last time something about, oh, they were like puppets or whatever. Is my memory really that bad that I can't remember what we read before? Maybe I feel like we didn't because, oh, you just made it? Wow, then there must have been another thing like extremely similar to this. Also, it looks like almost all of it is found. Okay, I'll read it then. There must be a lot of similar milkshake stuff. The Milkshake Show was a children's live action... I gotta yawn first. The Milkshake Show is a children's live-action series that ran for 3 seasons on Channel 5's Milkshake block from 2007 to 2011. The show is hosted by various people, Kemi Majex, Naomi Wilkinson, Beth Evans, Jet Pringles, man, I want Pringles now, and Derek Moran, along with 2 puppet characters, Shake the Dog and Milky the Cat, where in each episode they tell stories, dance to music, and also featuring a claymation short series titled Little Lodgers. Episode format. Series 1 was hosted by Kemi, Beth, Naomi, and occasionally Hannah, with episodes having a weekly themed format that covers a single topic. Series 2 changed the episode structure to a more plot-centered format, while replacing Hannah and Derek with Jen. Series 3 introduced a few new segments for the show. Professor Chaos, played by Kemi, who answers questions. Why is his name Chaos? Meet a milkshaker, another segment where a host who goes to places and asks questions to other fans they meet, and the Sunny Shake, which replaces the different dance routines from the previous series. So all of Series 1 has been found. Series 2 is almost all found except for a few episodes. The ending ones are mostly lost. And then Series 3 is all found, so interesting. After the show ended in 2011, reruns continued to air for another 2 years. After the reruns ended, the only episodes that were available were from the show's only DVD release, containing 7 of the 10 episodes of Series 3, along with 1 to 3, 6, 8. Okay, so just a variety of other ones. Christmas special from Series 1 that, along with the Christmas special from Series 1 that were found on various sources and uploaded on YouTube. Over time, more episodes were found and uploaded to YouTube, with only 10 episodes of Series 2 still lost. So yeah, it definitely does... Whoa. There's a little short. That looks a little unsettling, actually, for some reason. Reminds me of, like, Liquid TV. Yeah, so the majority of this is found, so maybe this would be worth mentioning in a video and trying to get people to get the rest of these episodes. I'm surprised so much of it was actually resurfaced over the years. I feel like all this milkshake stuff is so popular, just not in the US, that like people are really into it elsewhere in the world. Professor Chaos. Oh yeah, that is a South Park thing, Master Edge. I forgot about that. Or Master 77. Film reviewer was also saying it's a Czech show that started in 1976 about two handymen who try to solve problems. An English dub was made in South Korea. South Korea, that's wild. Yeah, well, there you go. There's another kid show topic to add to the long list of kid show topics. I should do a video on like lost blocks or something now again. Can't remember what the I did one on like canceled blocks a while ago. I should do one on like lost blocks. Maybe I'll do that. Or I guess this is kind of like branded with. This isn't really like a block, but it's like branded with the milkshake block. So, um, what's your favorite Nintendo series? Spellbound said. Probably Animal Crossing on GameCube, or I guess Animal Crossing. And then the GameCube one is my favorite game. Which reminds me, I am actually part of. Have I announced that before? Can't remember. I'm actually part of a big collab that I think is coming out soon because I think the segments were due and I already submitted mine. Um, I don't think it's like a secret or anything. There's a big collab I contributed to with like 150 other like YouTubers or whatever. Sakura Stardust is in the project as well. It was like a big like collection of like every Nintendo series ever explained, and it's like literally every Nintendo series ever, and every YouTuber got their own segment, their own series to like talk about for like a couple minutes, and it's like a big kind of like not like an iceberg, but it's kind of a big thing like that. And the due date for the segments just came by, so I passed mine in, and it's all set. So whenever that comes out, if you guys watch it, I will be in it, and so will Sakura Stardust. Everyone got assigned a series. You could pick like a top 5. I did not get Animal Crossing, but I did get. I think it was my number 2. I think it was my number, or maybe it was 3. I got Sin and Punishment on the Nintendo 64, which is kind of cool because I really like that series as well. So I did a little segment on Sin and Punishment, so you guys can see that when it comes out. I can't remember when it's coming out, but Oh, I actually am in Sakura Stardust Iceberg though, Jeremiah. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Slamfest. I'm in the Slamfest section. I narrated that. I forgot about that, but this is a different thing. When it comes out, I'm sure I'll probably get like notified of it, and I can like post about it somewhere. Was this always a featured article? Recently, I can't remember if it was or not. Oh, that did work. Oh, I'm signed in though. Originally, yo, there we are on the side, guys. Or can you even see that? It might be cut off at the top. Oh no, you can see it. There we are. Originally posted in a 6-hour recording by Kokoda on MySpleen, this segment of the Wacky World of Texas Avery aired in 1997 and was edited out of later releases due to the 9/11 stuff. The only available online in Spanish before now. Here is Fly Like a Beagle. Wow, neat. You guys can watch it here. I'm glad that actually worked. When clicking links actually works. When will you be doing your next drawing stream? Matthew said. I don't know. I thought about that. It's been a long time since I've done a drawing stream. It's just more fun to do with more people. So I'd like to do one again at some point. At some point, I think in October, I would like to do one for sure. I'll have to figure out the scheduling of that, but that would be fun to do. I'd like to do another drawing stream. Probably in October at some point. Now I can draw my characters for you guys in real time. I'm sure people would request them anyway. Yeah, we haven't done a drawing stream in quite a while though. The last one must have been a few months ago. Because we haven't even done a lot of streams. This is only like the second stream of this month, actually, which is crazy that September's almost over. There probably won't be another stream before the month is over. Like I said, the video this week, a main Lost Media video this week, but there probably won't be any streams after that. I can't imagine there would be. Yo, Woomy, what's up? Yeah, we were just checking out the Tex Avery upload. That was cool. Yoshi told me about that. Send me your friend request on Discord. I don't have Discord open, but I will accept it after the after the stream. Globaluna. Also, how would I feel if Doshin the Giant got a new game? I'd love that. I'd play it. I want to play original Doshin the Giant, but I don't have any way to play it to begin with, and I would need the English version. Lost blogs, Slim Cognito. Do you have any like notable examples? I don't know. That's very specific. I would have to probably like get a good list of them or something. I feel like that's kind of like internet lost media. Like people say, you know, they suggest internet lost media, and you know, it's like well, some are more notable than others. So, Mr. Awesome Guy Bloss said, any tips for how to focus on work? I could probably give you a tip after Papa Polio said, Woomy is drinking to Airbud. Like the movie, or is that a meme I'm not getting? I'm not very cultured with the memes, guys. But thanks for that. I appreciate it. Oh, and that didn't. Yeah, did that show up on the screen? Yeah. Okay, so tips for how to focus on work. That's a good question. Well, I guess one of the tips I can give you, I guess this is basically for like videos, because that's what I do. One of the things that that helps me is if I'm going to like work on a video or type a script or like edit, I will typically do it all in one sitting. So I guess my tip is don't break up your work into segments, do it all at once. For me, when I write a script, sit down to write a script or start to edit a video, if I know I am buckled in and I am going to sit down and do this until it's done, I feel like I'm much more easily able to just like focus harder on it, knowing I'm not going to do anything else and just do it till it's done. And then there's no issue of like, oh, I get up halfway through and I get distracted and then I get bored and then I close out of it. I'll do it later and then I don't actually go back to it later. And depending on what you're working on, I guess that could work or not work to some kind of extent. For me, I will sit down and do a video for 12 hours and not get up until it's done. So like that works for me. I don't know if that would be realistic for you, but like even if you just break it down in chunks, like okay, today I'm going to do half of this or a quarter of this and I am doing nothing else until it's done. I feel like if you sort of, whether it's the whole thing or only portions of it, if you specifically section off a certain chunk of it and you say I'm not going to do anything else till this is done, I feel like that sort of helps me visualize like what has to be progressed through the day before I feel accomplished. Another thing too is sort of like, this is kind of like probably you need a little more like self-discipline for this, or I'm not saying you, but like someone would. I feel like I'm getting better at it, but I used to be really bad at it, where if I know I have to have a video done or I want to, if I have to work on something, but I like want to play a video game, I will say to myself like, well, am I really going to be able to enjoy this game and really get into the game knowing I have work I have to do? Kind of like when you're in school and you know you have homework to do and you're just pushing it off. Although in school you could probably get away with that easily because you're a kid or whatever. But like nowadays, I think to myself,
you know, even if I could choose to do the video stuff later on and I'm going to play video games first, I think to myself, I'm going to enjoy this game so much more and be so much more focused if I know the work is done first. So it's also sort of a mental thing for me where if I'm able to know that I have accomplished what I need to accomplish in the day, then I like reward myself with like a game that I don't have to pull myself away from, and I can just sit in front of that game for as long as I want, knowing the work is done. I was actually sort of going through that a little bit when I was going through the rewrites of my story and stuff, and I was thinking like, man, it's really bothering me that it feels so incomplete and like incorrect and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, maybe I could just not worry about it and just play video games. But it started like bothering me, and I said, no, I'm going to sit down, rewrite this story, reword it, re-edit it, and create a better product. Once I know that's done, and it's a piece that I feel more comfortable with having it sit on the internet, then I will go and play my video games, knowing I have cleared my list of fixing that story, and now it's done, and now I can just play video games and like not worry about it. So something along those lines might help you out a little bit. I know everyone has probably different strategies. I'm sure if you guys have any in the comments, you can comment them below. I know some people probably like meditate or whatever. I'm sure some people like, sort of have, I don't want to say like ritualistic things, but I've kind of tapped out of this, but I was kind of doing it for a little bit. I would always I would have to be eating candy when I was editing. Maybe a few months ago, I was kind of doing that more. I would get a whole box of candy and just open it up and I would plow through that editing as I was eating candy. As long as I was eating candy, I could edit. I haven't really been doing a whole lot of that now, but I was doing that. Or I would sometimes I would, this is even for longer ago, I would get like Jersey Mike's, or I would get some type of fast food and bring it home, and I would gorge myself on fast food, get that really, really I don't want to say sick feeling, but oh, I just ate a whole Domino's pizza. And then once I was totally satisfied from the food coma, then I would say, okay, now I can focus on my video. So don't really do the latter two of those anymore. Now it's more just I want to reward myself with something, and I will sit down and not do it till it's done, and that's how it gets done. But everyone probably has their own different tips, so that's my advice to you. And then Papa Polio said, who would win in basketball, Buddy or Tex Avery? Who is Buddy? Oh, and then Woomy also said, help me, I'm Tex Avery pilled drinking to Airbud. And then I guess I missed a lot of super chats. Sorry, I was too focused on giving tips. Georgie said you should make a video. Okay, I actually read through. These are more than I thought. Okay, I'll go down the list now. So Georgie said, let me add this to the list. Georgie said, you should make a video about unavailable media. Is that a joke, or what do you, or stuff that was that was available and then it became unavailable, delisted media? That would be kind of an interesting idea, actually, if that's what you mean. I could consider that. Then Woomy said, help me. Oh, yeah, I'm Tex Avery pilled drinking to Airbud, which is really funny. Thanks for that. Now the real question is it better to be Tex Avery pilled or Tad pilled? That's my question. And then Papa Polio then said, who would win in basketball, Buddy or Tex Avery? And I don't know who Buddy is. Oh, Airbud. Oh, you mean Airbud? The Airbud guy? Is his name Buddy? Oh. I mean, if he's the Airbud, probably Airbud, right? I can't believe Tex Avery is a meme now. Borkbrine said I had this one phase during my first year of college where I just do my assignments at 12 a.m. while listening to Beach House and World of Goo soundtrack. Yeah, I mean, I actually, when I was in middle school, I used to do my homework with YouTube videos on in the background. I don't know how I ever got anything done with a YouTube video on in the background, but I somehow did. Oh, more super chats. Woomy was clarifying, saying Taddeo Jones is their father. Oh, okay. I'm glad we've cleared that up. What a classic. And then Globaluna said, "Are you still doing the Tinder thing? Is that sarcasm or what is that face? Does that S mean sarcasm? Or are you genuinely curious?" I don't know. I guess I could more in super chats. You guys made me. Oh, I was gonna say, why do I feel like we're really crammed? Yeah, it's because I put my little character on the side here with a little tip jar, and it kind of crowded the space up. I could actually put her on top, maybe. Well, I've already shrunk it now. I actually didn't even see who super chatted that. Andre Kerr said, "It's me, King K. Rool, on the Dyson Airblade." Is that a meme too? All this stuff just sounds like memes. I was a King K. Rool main in Smash Ultimate for a little while, and I do miss that. I guess I'll have to shrink this again, or I'll just shrink if someone's gonna super chat me again. I'll shrink it again, and if I have to reorganize the whole thing, I will. I mean, I do have some like Tinder conclusion arcs and stories to tell if anyone wants to hear them. Maybe not right this moment, but like, are we in the Tinder portion of the stream yet? I'm not sure. I should put something else on the screen though. Do you guys have anything else you want to look up specifically? I don't think I've gotten any other like requests or anything. Or I don't know. I could look up what's something funny we can look up on the screen. I feel like when in doubt, just look up Mario plushes. We haven't done the lost food portion. We haven't done the lost restaurant portion. Papa John said, "Are you going to do any more defunct store videos?" I talked about that earlier because someone said something very similar to me. They liked the lost food and the lost store videos. I would consider it, but it would probably be a while from now, and I would have to gather a whole list. The food is probably more likely because I could probably come up with a better list of lost food, but for the stores, that would be a little harder because I just don't have as much attachment to as many stores. So maybe that could happen. I'm not quite sure about the stores, but the food I think definitely could. Sewer, that damn Mario Sunshine play. Yeah, that's a classic. I gotta find the clip of that someday. That was actually the That was actually this plush. The BDNA Mario Sunshine plush. It was this one. I don't remember how much money it was when I made that comment, but well, I guess on eBay it's $250 right now. I don't even know what the going rate for any of this stuff is. I have no idea what the price of video game stuff is. My Discord username is LSuperSonicQ. Just LSuperSonicQ. I'll probably look at Discord stuff tomorrow. I'm probably going to get too tired after the stream ends. What's the oldest Kirby plush? Some Claudino said. I think it's like that. I think it's like a Star Wand one. I think it's this one. I think that might be this might be the oldest one or one of the oldest ones. I think the meme one with the knife actually is a modern plush, I believe. I think it was a Sanai plush. That was supposed to look old. That came out a few years ago. Telepath said, "I remember the Flood Mario being sold for $50 5 years ago. Multiple listings with the same picture." I feel like I know what you're talking about. I feel like I came across those before too. I'm not sure either if they were real or fake. There were a lot of fake stuff getting posted back around that time. I remember there was a fake Sonic Adventure 2 Tails plush listing that was making the rounds on eBay probably around 5 years ago as well. Yeah, I think it came from this set. I think this is the set it came from. Unless there's more that has been discovered since Pat Mac made this video. Yeah, this was like the remake one. This was like, it was supposed to look old, but I don't think it actually was old. Julie Fan said, read my chat aloud. Somebody here probably saved it. What are you asking for? It isn't on Wayback Machine. It's not. I have a link to it. Did someone remove it from the Wayback Machine? Also, we get to like that's like so funny. We get to canonize Julie in a live stream where Alice is the little icon there, right on the little picture right there. Thanks for that, Julie Fan. Did I spell that right? I didn't know if there was any. Well, I do have the unless someone took it down, I do have like the link to it, unless it's gone. But I would be shocked if someone actually took that down. I have the original story anyway, of course, so it's not lost media. I didn't like delete it or anything. Oh, that wasn't what you're even asking about. Oh, you're asking, does anyone here have the last LSSQ stream from September? Oh, from September 1st called Spooky Lost Media and Novel Reveal Saved. It's Lost Media and LSSQ. I did permanently delete. Okay, that I did permanently delete. Yeah. Maybe someone saved it. I have no idea. That much I can confirm I don't have anymore, so I don't know about that. I have the artwork that was shown in it, though, so if you want the artwork, you know, I don't know, I'll put it in one of the chapters or something. Why did I delete it? Do you think anyone simps for you specifically? People claim they do, but I don't really think they do. It's not in the Abdullah Khan of why did you delete it? I don't know. There's kind of a long like ranty story that I don't know if anyone wants to hear. Maybe we can talk about it a little later if anyone is more interested in it. It's lost. Yeah, it is lost. I'm trying to think if it would be anywhere. I will say with absolute regret, I should have downloaded it and then deleted it. I don't know why I didn't download it then delete it. I just deleted it. But you have a clip from it saved? Well, I guess people do clip my streams. I didn't know that. Or I did know that, maybe. I'm surprised someone would have done it to that one. We should just look at Pat Mac's Twitter. This was posted in 2017. Oh, he's tweeted since. Oh no, I thought this was a new tweet. Man, Pat Mac had good tweets. Plush collecting is infuriating. Yeah, I'm glad that I don't really do a lot of video game merchandise collecting anymore. I only look for very specific things. A lot of it is because I'm just tired of it myself. I really got out of it with the prices and just the culture surrounding it. But also I have most of what I want from the video game stuff anyway, so I don't really need that much more from, you know, the video game merchandise. I don't think anyone has it here, Julie Fan. Maybe someone on if I tweeted about it on Twitter, maybe. I mean, if I say, "Hey guys, I lost the stream. Anyone have it?" Maybe someone would come forward with it. I'll think about maybe doing that. Um, Metaroni said, "Do you think you'll ever make another unboxing stream like you did 2 years ago? Really enjoyed that." I've thought about doing unboxing streams again, but I just feel like I never have enough stuff when I feel like doing them, and then or whenever I feel like doing them, I never have enough stuff, and then when I have enough stuff, I don't want to do them. So I'm not sure. I would have to probably like order stuff specifically to do an unboxing. Like I don't know. Maybe if I ever like, I don't know, because I feel like I even don't even buy as many things nowadays as I was buying back then that I even showed in that. Like I would never buy a lot of that Mario stuff nowadays. Um, so a lot of it would probably be like stuff that no one would even care about. A lot of like anime figures and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe if I ever do some type of big like shopping haul or something, like maybe around the holidays, if I ever buy myself some stuff I've been looking for, maybe I'll do another one. But it's something that I had always been meaning to, and then it just never really happened. And I don't know. Now I don't know if it would really be the same kind of vibe, because I'm not really buying, like I said, the Mario stuff, and I guess I still get Saturn games, but I don't know how many people really like hearing me talk about Saturn stuff. Um, Shopping haul would be a cool video. Dalton said, "Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, I do look for the Jack Sonic figures. Actually, we're looking at this right now. I do still look for Jack Sonic figures at the store and stuff. Maybe like if I ever am at Target and then go to GameStop or whatever, and I end up buying a bunch of stuff, maybe I'll do a stream like showing you guys what. It won't be like a big unboxing stream. It'll just be like a, hey, look at what I got today stream. So like maybe the next time I buy stuff, I'll do that. Um, am I gonna get another waifu? What does that mean? Like a figure? I've already gone over Dead or Alive collecting. It's pretty slim for content to buy from that series, so there isn't really a lot more for me to get. Pat Max tweets were so like great. I haven't looked at a lot of these in a long time. Yeah, I am convinced that Jack's Sonic figures are like the greatest of all time. We will never get a better Sonic line than Jack's. The character diversity, the just the scale, the posability, the sculpt. I have no complaints. My only complaint, I have two. Actually, I have two complaints. One is the availability is still awful, as Jax's availability has always been awful. And then two is they will literally re-release 3 characters in a new wave and only give us one new one. And they're usually just Sonic face changes. Like give me a Mephiles alternate costume, or give me like Mephiles painted like Shadow from Sonic 06, or give me Silver making a different face. Like, stop giving me the Sonics. Those are my only two complaints. So other than that, I everything else is perfect. Uh, Shadow Man, Dead or Alive, I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition of merchandise. In terms of figures, believe it or not, there actually are not a lot of Dead or Alive figures. There are a handful of Gashapon sets, a couple PVC figures, some larger PVC figures, some like promo stuff from like the beach games, and old resin statues. There's really not like, if you want like a Dead or Alive figure line, you really don't have a lot to go with. I'm kind of surprised, like, for as much merchandise as like Tekken got from companies like Epoch and even like Bandai itself, Dead or Alive never really competed as as high of a level as like Tekken was able to get with merchandise. Even King of Fighters has quite a bit of a variety. Depending on the character, it kind of gets a little bit mixed, but there's quite a lot of Terry merch and like my merch and stuff like that. But Dead or Alive, I don't know. It is kind of slim. There really isn't a whole lot of variety or diversity. I guess if you look at the Gashapon sets, maybe you could get quite a bit of difference in characters with those, but there are a couple of those that are even really hard to find. So I would love just a modern day like Dead or Alive like figure set that had like all the characters in it. Doesn't even have to be like premium figure quality, like $70 for a figure. Um, Give me like I can't even think of a good company that's doing figures right now. I don't know, Bandai. Give me like a Bandai Game Dimensions set, and I'll take those. They're doing Tekken right now, and like that would be fine with me. But I feel like Dead or Alive is I canceled the X out of the Curry plush, and I feel like Dead or Alive stuff has always really not been where it needs to be for merchandise. Omega figure for Jax though. I missed getting this on GameStop's website for $10, and now it's like $30 or something, and they only released it once, and I foolishly thought I could find it in the store, and I never did. So I don't actually don't have this one. It's one of the last few that I really want that are currently out that I don't have. This guy, Silver, which I did see at the store in his re-release, and I didn't buy because I just didn't feel like standing in the checkout. So I gotta get Omega, I gotta get Silver, I gotta get the Sonic Heroes Metal Sonic, which I have not seen at all yet. And I think I want to get, I think Ray. I also don't have 4-inch Ray. I have a small Ray, but not a big Ray. I gotta get the big Ray. And I think Vector as well. I think those are all the ones I still need. And then I have like all the unique characters that they released, with the exception of those. Do you see what I said? Backwards and said I did not see what you said. I don't think you said anything actually. The Shadow Movie 3 figure might be my favorite figure in my collection. So nice for the price point, $15. I haven't seen the Shadow Movie figure yet, actually. I kind of want to take a closer look at it. I like the Sonic movie figures, but I don't think I really need them. The Shadow, though, I might go for if I saw in person. I might do that. Send me a friend request on Discord. Okay, I'll check that out after the stream or tomorrow or something. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I wish we'd get more Sonic 06 figures, actually. I would like it if... I mean, who else could they really do, I guess? I would like a Mephiles repaint of Shadow, like in the game. I guess we already got Blaze. If they could somehow do, like, an Iblis, I would like that, but they probably couldn't really figure that out in a 4-inch scale. I really don't want one of Elise, but I guess I would take it just for the Sonic 06 representation. Already got Silver, already got Super Silver. I don't know. I guess they've already covered like a lot of the 06 exclusive stuff. There's actually already been 2 Rouge figures, I think. I think there was an original one and then a re-release that's currently out right now. I don't actually have the Rouge figure. I'm not sure if I want it. I feel like I need to get it, but I'm not the biggest fan of Rouge, so I'm not sure if I really want to get it. Oh, Solaris, yeah, they could do that too. Or Human Eggman, although I guess we kind of had that with Jim Carrey already, but like, I don't know, they could do like Sonic 06 Human Eggman. Sonic Man, yeah, Sonic Man 2. Oh my god, that'd be great. Corby said, have you seen the Joyride Studios commercial article? I don't know if I have seen that. We can go check it out. I know I've come across the topic before, but I'm not sure if maybe I haven't come across the article itself or how it's worded. I know there was like a one that was still missing. Julie Fan said, "Did you see the Sonic 3 trailer?" I did see that. Did I ever tell you guys my thoughts about that? I think I did tell you guys my thoughts about that. I thought the trailer was really good, but I would definitely like to be more assured that we're going to get more Shadow backstory. Like, I'm afraid the trailer is like the extent of the Shadow backstory we're going to get. Like, all the Shadow content they put in the trailer. And I'm afraid the actual movie's not going to have like enough Shadow for me. So that's my hope, is that they you know, they can put enough shadow in there to really do it justice. I also do think Metal will probably be the next villain. I was thinking about that too, like what's going to happen next. I'm surprised they haven't done Metal Sonic yet. So I feel like Metal Sonic would be a really good contender. I can't even think who else they would pick. Like Eggman, Metal Sonic, and Shadow are like Sonic's three biggest villains. I can't think of unless they did like a Sonic 06 kind of thing and they added Silver in. They get the three hedgehogs in there. But I don't know about that. Chaos. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, we could do some Sonic Adventure stuff going on here. You're right. I forgot about that. I did hear Amy was in it, but I wasn't sure whether or not I wanted to believe that because I didn't want to get spoiled. But it sounds like they're slowly just adding more characters. So like, we could end up seeing an adventure kind of thing next, an adventure timeline. Oh, was this found? Or what is lost about this actually? Or was this found? Oh, on June 16th, the behind the scenes one was found. Oh, I don't think I knew that. Yo. Nice classic Joyride pictures. Yeah, there it is. The behind the scenes commercial, I guess, was the one that was lost. Oh yeah, I didn't know that, Corbin. That's cool. Wow, so Joyride is now complete for its lost media with the exception of the actual prototypes. This is like a storyboard, right? Yeah. What are these kids saying? This is great, but we need more. Down to the studio. Joyride Studios, where some of the hottest video games become action figures and vehicles. Joyride's creation process begins with numerous sketches to best capture the game characters. More on the fro. The afro has to be bigger. Okay. The sketches are then made into sculptures for the mold. No, like this. And he's like posing. I guess we just watched the commercial, but it's just so funny. They're like, ready to take a ride. I've never heard that slogan before. Man, that's wild. Do you want Maria to die? I mean, it's part of the story, so like yes, because I don't want them to change that because it's like part of what makes Shadow Shadow, but I don't really know why it needs a cheer, like people cheering though. I mean, it doesn't really warrant a cheer, but yes, I believe they should keep it true to the source material. Yo, Gamma on the big screen, yeah. Man, this figure is so nostalgic. This blue background figure is so nostalgic. Look up the English dub of Matt and Pat show had no voices originally, so so they kind of changed film reviewer, so they changed. Originally, it was like kind of like a silent show, but they added dubs so that they could teach kids English. Interesting. I feel like that's not the first time I've heard about a show like that did that. That's very interesting, actually. What's up, AR Card? Glad you could stop by. Also, creative username. Glad you could stop by as well. We were talking about the Sonic movie and looking at a Joyride Studios commercial, and also looking at Sonic figures, I guess, too. Been going for almost 3 hours, actually. Oh, what did you miss? Oh, you missed a lot of stuff, actually. Like, a lot of stuff. All kinds of lost media. I mean, nothing like major, but we talked about plushes. We talked about lost media. We had a little bit of a rant. We were looking at Sonic figures. We were looking at Pat Mac's Twitter. We were talking about work strategies. We were talking about what else? That was a pretty good. Or we took some forum requests. We took some article requests. So there was quite a bit of a variety. The Zora Postman said you missed the famous Lost Media Wiki rant. Yeah, someone's gonna clip that, and that's just gonna be like the state of the Lost Media Wiki address. Me up on a podium, or someone's gonna like just find a random picture of my face and just run it. Or they're gonna edit my face onto someone standing on a podium and just run that with the picture. Vivi, what's up? Glad you could stop by. We're just chilling. Do you have a lot of Sega series figures? Metaronia's Space Channel 5 along with Sonic. I don't have any Space Channel 5 ones. I know what ones you're talking about. I don't think I have very many Sega stuff at all for figures that aren't Sonic. I had looked into Golden Axe ones at some point. I had looked into Space Harrier ones at one point. I had looked into House of the Dead ones as well, but they didn't make figures of like the main characters. I wanted like the agents. I have Virtua Fighter figures, I guess. I'm thinking about that. I have Fighting Vipers figures. Don't have anything Knights, I don't think. I have Seaman plushes. Yeah, Jinteg, we're not the lightweights. We're going the full 3 hours, maybe even more. We'll see. NASCAR Lost Media. Did you have anything specifically NASCAR, Catherine, you wanted me to look up? Man, that's a tough one, Corvine. I would say when it comes to modern games, I'm more of a Nintendo guy. When it comes to retro games, I'm more of a Sega guy, I would say. I love the Saturn and like a lot of the older stuff Sega would release. Not so big into like anything on Super Nintendo. Not really a fan of the NES. I like some N64 stuff, but not a whole lot. I definitely love like the Sega games from the 90s and stuff way more. But nowadays though, I definitely prefer Nintendo. I love the modern day Mario games and like all the main Switch stuff. Even like, you know, well, I don't really like Wii U that much, but like, you know, modern day games is more Nintendo. I do like Dreamcast. I'm not the biggest fan of Dreamcast, but there are a lot of really great stuff on there that I like playing. Like I like a lot of the old like Dreamcast era fighting games. Like Dreamcast era fighting games are like some of my favorites. Whether it's like Soul Calibur, or Marvel vs. Capcom or all that, like those, I love those games. PS1, I'm a little bit of a PS1 fan, not the biggest fan. I have a Japanese PS1 and an English PS2 that I play PS1 games on. I've played some PS1, PS2 stuff, but nothing that I've been so drawn to that I really love. Spyro 1 was fun, but it wasn't like the greatest thing I had ever played. My Japanese import games are okay, but they're not the greatest thing that I've ever played. So I tried getting into PlayStation on more than one occasion. It never quite happened, I think, to the extent that I really wanted it to. I don't think it's quite for me. I would still like to play more of the classics. Like I want to play Parappa the Rapper, and I got to play original Metal Gear and stuff, or Metal Gear Solid, but I'm not like the biggest fan of that stuff. Yeah, I actually, Telepath said based Marvel 2 enjoyer. Yeah, I used to really like the Capcom versus SNK games a lot. I still do really like them, but like, man, you play Marvel versus Capcom 2, oh my god, that game. Like, until you play that game, you like haven't even played you know, 2D fighting games. And I don't even really like Marvel characters that much, and when my brother like kept talking about it, and I'm like, I don't really like Marvel though. Like, what, I don't really care. And then you play it and like, man, like the Marvel characters, whether you like them or not, they're so cool in that game. Like, man, I love Captain America in that game. Like, I just love playing as him. And Venom, my team was Captain America, Captain Commando, and Venom. That was like my team. They're just, oh, I just love that game. I'm gonna get it when it comes out on the Switch. Um, oh, Xbox. I gotta say, I've warmed up to Xbox a lot over the past few years. I do really like a lot of Xbox stuff. I was never into Xbox as a kid. I only got into Xbox like when I started getting into retro games and stuff. Um, I I think I'm kind of into Xbox. PlayStation, I feel like I'm just not interested in really at all, because I feel like it's sort of like a weird like middle ground between my, you know, the Nintendo stuff I love and the retro stuff I love. PlayStation isn't really that, like, it doesn't really like I don't know what the word is. It doesn't really like make me interested. I would say Xbox is at about the same level as PlayStation in terms of like it's in the middle of the road for me, but I am very much interested in playing some of the games I come across on there. So even though it's not my favorite, and it's probably like about the middle of the road in terms of like what I enjoy playing. It's not, it's not my favorite, but it's not the worst. But in terms of like intrigue, I'm very intrigued. I have maybe a dozen Xbox games or so that I do play every now and then. That I'm just intrigued by, just specific releases that are just like, oh, I've never like House of the Dead 3. I had never played House of the Dead 3. I didn't even know they made a third one for a long time, and I found it at a game store, and I said, oh my god, I gotta check this out. And like, yeah, like House of the Dead 3. I have a Guilty Gear game on there and I don't really play Guilty Gear at all, but I there was a Guilty Gear game that I played on there that I thought was really fun. I have Blinks on there. That's way different than what I was expecting it to be like. So I do have a little bit of a soft spot for Xbox. It's not my favorite overall, but the games I just are very, very interested to play some of the stuff that's like on there. I know that Guilty Gear, I don't actually, the Guilty Gear I played on Xbox might have been exclusive to it. I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, there's some good stuff on there. Um, did you trash the Minecraft movie trailer? I don't know. I thought it was kind of strange. They went for like a live action, and then the animation looks like strangely realistic. But I feel like what they're probably trying to go for is like a Jumanji thing, where like the characters get trapped in the game. So I guess if you kind of view it like that, it's not as bad as just thinking they got lazy and didn't want to animate blocky characters. Um, are you gonna get the Switch 2 and how soon? Oh, the day that comes out, if I can get it, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna live in the hype of a. Now that I'm finally like old enough, I can actually like get a new console when it comes out. I'm like really excited for that. I don't know when it's gonna come out, but I would love to play that. Of course, they're gonna probably the Switch 2 is gonna release with gee, what did the Wii U come out with? Zombie U. It's gonna be Zombie Switch 2, and man, I don't even remember what else the Wii U came out with. Oh, 1, 2, or no, that was the Switch. Or no, was it the Nintendo Land? Nintendo Land Switch. Nintendo Land Switch 2. I actually have seen Chaos Reigns, I think, Internet User. I've come across that one. Um, there was also that Namco one. What was it called? Dead to Rights, I think, as well, which I kind of am interested in trying it at some point. Um, yeah, there's a lot of just like cool Xbox games. I just kind of browse at the one retro game store that we have. It's kind of cool just looking at them and just looking at the covers and being like, oh, what's this about? There's a fake Minecraft movie redesign on the Lost Media archive. We kind of want to go to the archive, actually. Not interested in the new Zelda game, some Cognito. The only way I could get interested in Zelda again is if they did something that was more similar to Ocarina of Time or like Wind Waker or something like that. I love those games. I haven't been into Zelda since like Wind Waker. Although I did play Phantom Hourglass. I forgot. I will say, Mataroni, I did like Nintendo Land. That was a really fun game. But I just mean in terms of like launching a stuff, they're gonna launch it with Nintendo Land and Zombie U. So, creative username said, "I hate that there's games I want to play on PS5 because I can neither afford it nor do I want to buy a console that has endless list of problems." Yeah, I've only heard bad things about PS5. I'm kind of glad I'm not really into PlayStation and didn't want to play Tekken 5 that badly, or Tekken 8. Is that what it is? I don't think there's anything at this point that I always said Resident Evil 4 remake would get me to buy a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5. I think it came out on PS4 anyway, but I still don't even have the game. So like, I don't think there's anything that could get me to buy. I don't even think Dead or Alive 7 would get me to buy a PS5 because I'm not paying $500 for one game that's a Dead or Alive game. So I don't think there's anything that could come out on there that would make me want to buy that. Because any other series I can think of wouldn't be on PS5. I'm even trying to get a little more like fair and think like, okay, never mind like a modern series. What about like a retro series that would, like, what if they made a sequel to like Battle Garega and it was only on PS5? Like, no, I'm not gonna spend money on a PS5 to play Battle Garega 2. So was the Guilty Gear game X2 on the Xbox? I think it was. It had a girl with a guitar on the cover that I got destroyed trying to beat, and I couldn't beat her, so. I actually have most of the Tekken games already, I think. What ones am I missing, actually? I have most of the Tekken of the Tekken games. I definitely have 2. I definitely beat 2 all the way through. Let me just look it up, I guess. It was this one. The Midnight Carnival Reload. I guess it was this one. I knew there was like an X or something in it, so. Also, is this only on Xbox? It doesn't actually say it's only on Xbox. Have you... Oh, they introduced microtransaction. I did not know about that. I don't even know if it sold well. I heard a lot about it, but who knows if it even sold well. I don't know what fighting game series I have the most of. I don't. That's a really tough question. I don't. Maybe Tekken actually is the one I have the most of. I have 1, 2, 3 tag tournament. Do I have 4? I think I have 4. I think I do have 4. So I have 1, 2, 3 tag tournament 4. And then the PS4 one, which I think is 7. I don't think I have 5 or 6. But I probably don't have any more. Or does Smash count? If Smash doesn't count, then it's probably Tekken. I think I only have Dead or Alive 2, 3, and 6. So I definitely have more Tekken games than that. I have a lot of Soul Calibur games too, though. I have the GameCube one, the PlayStation 2 one, the Dreamcast one. I have, or the other PS. I have 1, 2 on GameCube, 2 on PS2, 3 on PS2. Oh, maybe that's it actually. Yeah, so Tekken is probably the one I have the most of. I was really into Tekken like not that long ago, or a couple years ago maybe. They have no competition. They have no competition in 3D fighters. Wow, that's pretty crazy. They dominate the market then. That's great. I've actually played Mortal Kombat, I think, once, Ducky Deathly, and that was it. So I don't have a lot of experience with it. Costom said, "What's up, LSuperSonicQ? What's up, Costom? Glad you could stop by." Also never played Killer Instinct. I don't have a lot of Virtua Fighter games. I have Mega Mix, and that's it, I think. I don't even have Virtua Fighter 2 on Saturn. Mega Mix does it for me. I'd like to get 4 maybe, but I don't know. I feel like Virtua Fighter is just kind of boring. I don't really enjoy it a whole lot. The Xbox version is Spawn. Yeah, I always thought it was kind of weird they picked Spawn. I always thought so. There was an Xbox exclusive Namco. So Soul Calibur is Namco. There was a Xbox exclusive Namco game called Breakdown that I actually have. And I it's kind of a not great like earlier Xbox game. It's a first person kind of thing. I don't think people like it that much. I think it's kind of charming. And the main character in that is kind of like a fighter guy, I guess. And I always thought if Breakdown had been more popular, they probably would have chosen to pick the protagonist from their exclusive Xbox game and put him in Soul Calibur as the fighter instead of Spawn. But because the game did so bad, that probably wasn't even on the table. But I always thought about that, like, oh, that would have been really interesting if they had chosen him to be in the Xbox version. Breakdown is kind of a cool game. I think it's kind of neat. Yeah, like this guy or whatever. Like, if this game was popular, I feel like he would have been the fighter in the Xbox version because they're both made by Namco. That cover is really cool, though. I've always loved that cover. Yo, those are people. I just realized right now. I've never noticed that before. Those are people. Their eyes. I've never noticed that. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, it's kind of like a weird game that doesn't look that good, but I kind of like it. I think it's kind of cool. I love this cover though. The I love the American cover. I do think the American cover looks really really cool, but the Japanese cover, it gives you that anime kind of aesthetic more. I think it's really good too. Um, wow, we've actually been going for 3 hours. Where are we at right now? 3 hours. It's 11 o'clock. Um, the God and Devil Show. I don't know what that is. I did forget about the Necrid thing. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that Necrid was like a Spawn character. Is it Tinder time? Why are you asking that? Yo, here are all the different versions. I gotta say, I do think the cover on the right is my least favorite. I'm not really a fan of him punching. It looks kind of awkward. Um, waifu portion. You mean real life waifus, aka girls? I don't know. Is it really worth giving a Is it worth the Tinder story tonight? We can maybe save the Tinder story for another time. There really aren't any. It was just some like conclusions to some ongoing stories, but I don't know if it's really worth mentioning. Like an after hours stream. Oh geez, I don't know. Will those floppy drives say gotta play LSD? LSD was a game I wanted to get on my Japanese PS1, and it's too expensive to get, so I'm probably not going to. Oh, we didn't look up the Lost Media Archive stuff. Ah, you're right, man. So much stuff I want to do, but I don't really know if we should continue doing it, or just like save it for a different stream. Did the pink hair girl, I deleted my account, so I never even talked to the pink hair girl again. Or no, she never returned. I don't know if she's still on the app. I haven't actually been on Tinder recently because I got sick, and I said, well, I had deleted it before that, and then I got sick, and I said, what's even the point? So I haven't even been on it for like a few weeks. Most time I ever spent on a game, geez, maybe Smash Wii U. I think I have like 900 hours in that or something. I can't imagine I've spent more than 900 hours in any other game. Probably Smash Wii U. Um, I know in Emerald for a long time, Pokemon Emerald, I had like 200 hours or something in that, but I think Smash Wii U is. I think like the space between Smash Wii U and like the next highest is so vast. Um, Pink Hair Saga is delayed due to sickness. I hate how you guys say Pink Hair because I can't. In my story, the main character is pink hair, and a lot of people refer to her as like having pink hair. I can't tell if you're talking about like the real life girl from Tinder or like the girl in my story. Like, I'm getting confused now. Um, Is Super Mario Mania good for a new Mario cartoon? I could imagine that for a Mario cartoon. Yeah, for a game I'd say no, but for a cartoon I would say yeah. That probably is pretty fitting. They're not the same person. No, I had already liked. I had already decided I liked pink haired girls before I even saw the Tinder one, and obviously that wasn't naturally pink hair. I don't know. I mean, there aren't really a lot of good Tinder stories to really tell, I guess, that I can think of. There was just I did go on a couple dates this past summer, but it wasn't really like they were the most plain dates I think I've ever been on. There was almost nothing notable about them, which I almost think is like the worst kind of date you could have. Like it wasn't obviously like they weren't like great, and like oh it was so fun, but they weren't awkward or anything so that you have funny stories to tell. They were the most plain dates. I think the weirdest thing that happened is one of them, we were getting coffee and like the fire alarm went off right as I sat down with my coffee and like everyone bolted for the door and I'm like, holy crap, like that's kind of awkward. Like the fire alarm's going off in the coffee shop. And then I think at the end, like I had suggested, why don't we walk this way? Because there was some whatever like park that she had been to before and like we started walking and then the rain picked up and I'm like, this actually maybe isn't a good idea. And we just turned around and left. It's like that. And that was the extent of it. The other date was just at a zoo and like, we just walked around the zoo and I don't really think there was anything memorable about it that I can recall. I don't really have any wacky. I guess those were like the two main stories I guess you guys are probably looking for, and they were just so plain that nothing. I mean, they were fine. The girls were fine. It was a fine date. We just didn't really click, and that was it. So I don't know. The alarm was for you. Ben's piece now. Well, thanks for stopping by, Ben. Do you think you have aura? You mean like I don't know what that means. Like an aura? I don't really believe in auras, so no. At least it didn't go poorly. Yeah, I guess not. Did we see gorillas? No. The zoo sucked because like it was in the middle of summer and all. It was too hot, so most of the animals weren't doing anything, and they didn't even have that many like crazy animals. Like I think the most exciting part was the girl got a little giddy when she saw like the goats in the petting zoo. That was the highlight. Like. like what? Tim Eterno said, "Hello, hey, great to catch you live." Well, thanks for stopping by, Tim. We're just kind of shooting the breeze now. Yeah, I think I guess we are just like mad chilling. I guess it was a pretty good stream though, especially coming back from being sick and having nothing really happen with Lost Media. A part of the Pat and Matt episode Unwanted Guest in English, it's funny. Oh, should I go what? Maybe as the very last thing, film reviewer will do that. Archive time. We didn't do the archive. We didn't do. I guess the main thing I was gonna say to you. I guess the main Tinder thing I was gonna say was like I remember I kept saying I kept mentioning I was going to text a girl or whatever, if you guys remember that from earlier in the summer. I did finally end up doing that. I knew what was going to happen. I knew I was going to get ghosted, and I did get ghosted. So now that's it. That's over. That's done. The girl that I was hyping up, hoping that like it was going to come back around, as I could have predicted, it ended up not coming back around. So that girl is gone. So that's about it. And I don't know. I actually thought it was going to bother me way more than it did. I don't know if it's just because I'm sick or like I just have video stuff I'm just so focused on now. But I don't really care as much as I thought I was going to. I feel like the hype up to it was more like I cared more about the hype up to it than actually doing it and seeing she didn't reply, because I'm like, oh, well, I expected this. And now now it's just like, okay, like now that's it. Now, like every girl from Tinder pre right now is gone. Like that's it. Every book was closed. So now if I go back on Tinder, it'll be a totally fresh, like no strings attached, like getting back out there, but I'm not exactly eager to do that because I just don't care enough, and I'm still sick, and I have so many video things I have to worry about that I don't even know if I have time to meet people, so I'll have to like think about that. But maybe at some point I will go back on. Will you accept my Discord friend request? Yes, I will. If you send it to me, then I will. It's just LSuperSonicQ. I probably have 50 requests now. Do you have a chance to look at the Pokemon 2000 Hasbro stream? Oh, Tim, that was you. I thought about doing I thought about several times making a forum thread, and then I just never got around to it, so I will at some point. Just, I haven't yet, but I will. Form your own Midwestern emo band. You could take some of the rants from these streams and probably put them as like at the beginning of the Midwestern emo songs when like the yelling happens. Like, you know, you guys have heard those songs before. I'm sure you could just get me as a sample in before those. I can't believe the Lost Media people did this, and we shouldn't be arguing about this. It's all a big game to you guys. It's all that'd be great. Have you thought about? I don't even know what that means, Metaroni. Yo, instead of having this up, I feel like there's 80 people. I feel like there's 80 people here. You're probably not watching this unless you're like a majorly fan of me. I should just go put up my. I didn't plug my novel or give you guys the novel lore. Maybe we can do that another time though. It probably will be wrapping up relatively soon. Oh, you've been busy too, Tim? Yeah. Everyone seems to be busy. Spellbound's Peace Net. Well, thanks for stopping by. What dead Nintendo series would you like to see come back? Good. Sun and Punishment, I guess. That'd be my answer. I can't believe we didn't get a third game after the second one. I'm not a big fan of Chibi Robo or Starfy, so I gotta say, good picks, but I don't necessarily agree. I would say Sin and Punishment for sure. Yeah, maybe we'll save the rest of this stuff for another night. I guess just before we, or I don't even know how much longer we're gonna be chilling here, but I guess I might as well just have this up. I didn't give you guys the story lore. I think last time we talked about this, and I never concluded the story lore, I guess, either. F-099 needs to come back, and or F-Zero needs to come back, and 99 doesn't count. Yeah, I actually would love F-Zero to come back too. I don't count 99 as a true entry, but I do love 99. It makes me want another F-Zero game. So that would probably be my second pick, I would say, if I had to choose something else. Someone earlier mentioned Doshin the Giant as well. And Punch-Out would be cool too, but I don't know how else you could really do anything with it. Other than just making another boxing game, I guess. Maybe it's time for another boxing Punch-Out, though. I don't know. They gotta get creative with it, I guess. Ronaldo said hello. What's up, Ronaldo? Glad you could stop by. I think we're probably gonna go for another 10 more minutes or so, and then or maybe 5 more minutes. What time are we at? I'll go till 3. I'll go till. Oh, we got 8 more minutes. I'll go till 3:30. Punch-Out is basically a puzzle game. I guess you can kind of see it like that. Yeah, I guess I can do a final lookup of stuff if you people want me to do it. But yeah, I guess I won't get into a big story rant. But I guess I might as well plug this, since if you're still watching 3 hours in, you're probably I don't know. You're probably more interested in my side projects than a you know, like a Twitter person would be. I did announce this a while ago, or a couple. It was I think last stream. Someone in here was asking for the stream where this was announced, but did you change the name of the story? Yeah. So basically, I will summarize this as concisely as possible without getting into a big long discussion. Basically, I had wanted to work on this side project. I wanted it to be a little story. I wanted to try writing like fiction stories and stuff rather than just scripts, and I had created these characters and stuff to do that. Actually, this character you see on the screen at the bottom here, I guess I can enlarge now because
kind of wrapping up, so she doesn't have to be so small. I created this story in this like, universe and all this stuff. And originally the story came out, and it was my vision for it was that it was going to be more of like an adult thing. It was going to be more of like a breaking from the Nickelodeon SpongeBob stuff, and I wanted it to be more like adult. So originally it came out, and it was called Thick Ninja, and it was very, very like adult or whatever, and that was kind of its gimmick. And then after that came out, and a million people on Twitter said this is awful, and a million people in the Lost Media Wiki Discord server said this is awful. I started thinking to myself, maybe for the sake of the series and for the sake of the characters and like the world I'm creating, it would be better if it maybe wasn't so like adult and more people could enjoy it. So then I tweeted that, okay guys, I've heard your complaints, I'm going to change it now so that it's not adult. And that angered a bunch of the other people that liked it being adult. And then everyone said, I'm not going to support this version now because you bent your knee for the haters or whatever. And then I said, well, don't see it like that. Just see it as I'm changing the vision because I feel like for the longevity of the story. Did you talk about the SpongeBob DVD car? I did not, but I might talk about that in another stream, bingo, or on a video actually. I said I was going to put in a video. So, I added you to the list. So, well, the problem is Slim Clicking. I don't know why it was awful. I don't know exactly. To this day, I still don't know why the original was awful. I don't know if it was because it was adult and people hated the fact that I wrote an adult thing. I don't know if it was because people were offended that she was thick or whatever. I don't know if it was just a generally. And I did go, like, after the revisions I gave it, I did notice, like, a lot of typos, a lot of, like, just misspellings. There were things wrong with it for sure, but I don't know if exactly where it came from. My point is, though, then I kind of said, okay, I'm going to change it all and it's all going to be like kid friendly now and we're going to get no fan service. And then everyone complained about that because no, we actually liked it when it was a fan service. You're bending your knee to the haters. And then I said to myself, what the hell am I going to do with this? Because I feel like, like the project barely exists. I'm trying to get it off the ground. I'm trying to appeal to like as many people as possible. And I have half the people telling me that it should be adult, half the people saying to me, it should be a kid thing. And I said, I don't know what this is supposed to be anymore. I don't know what I'm even doing. Anyway, so for the past couple weeks or so, I've been rewriting the original story. I've been adding on to it, and I've sort of been tweaking its tone so that it finds a right balance that can kind of encompass everything that I want it to be without being too explicit, but without being like a 4-kid censorship version. And I also thought it would just make more sense to not have the characters be so gross to begin with, because then people are not going to like them. They're not going to want to, whatever. So basically, and I feel like this is probably the best version of the book that currently exists. So if you are interested in reading the book, and there actually is a new chapter coming out tomorrow, if you want to read what's here so far, or if you want to check out the new chapter tomorrow, you can. I would like this to be a side project that does not just become abandoned like everything else I've done that isn't my main YouTube thing. So I spent a lot of time sort of tweaking it, making it sound better, fixing the punctuation, fixing the grammar, making the story more cohesive, explaining the ideas better, developing the characters more. And I feel like currently, and you can read it right now, it exists on Wattpad right here, the story is now Pink Ninja. It's not Thick Ninja. Thick Ninja was I wrote this in the little foreword, I think, the little foreword story. So basically, this is the third revision of the idea. The original version was Thick Ninja. That was very, very adult. And I think someone uploaded the original onto archive.org so you can find it. It was very, very adult. It was very, very, like, graphic with its depictions. It's not that. Then the second version, I had changed it to, like, Pink Ninja version 1, was what I call it, where it was so tame and so, like, censored that it was like a 4-kids version of the story. Like, any of the, like, kind of the fan service and the gimmicks of the series and, like, Thick Ninja being Thick Ninja was kind of all toned down. It was all taken away. It was just a generic action story. But I said, no, that's stupid. That's boring. No one, like, part of the fun of this is that how many fan service things can I kind of put in there without crossing a line? So I said, no, that's dumb.
So this is the third and hopefully best version of the book. Currently, there are 3 chapters. The original that was kind of reworked from Thick Ninja, the second that was kind of reworked from Thick Ninja, and a third one that was never even in Thick Ninja. It's just a third new chapter that I released, I think a few days ago, in the book. The fourth one's coming out tomorrow. It's quite a bit of content to read through. There are pictures all throughout. I didn't change any of the, or I guess in terms of content, let me explain to you the content now. So it's not so adult that your eyes will be offended at what you read, but it's not so for kids like for kids like the censorship that for kids did all their stuff. Where like, you know, we're gonna not talk about, you know, certain things or whatever. I feel like its current iteration is a very, very good, a very, very well developed balance between the action that I originally wanted this to be in terms of like Naruto and Demon Slayer, and like the characters actually going along a journey and you know, getting to a goal, accomplishing, you know, as you would expect from any type of series like that. But it also has fun with itself as well, and it includes a variety of sort of like unexpected and like funny. I'm not even calling it, it's not adult. I'm not calling it adult. I'm not even calling it spicy. It's probably about on par. It's fan service that is probably about on par that you would see, you know, in any other type of, like, I picked up manga at the store before that had fan service probably about as obvious as is in here. You know, like I won't get too in depth with like its content. You guys can just read it for yourself. But yeah, it's like, okay, in chapter 3, for example, so the main character, the pink-haired girl here, Alice, she has this fight with these, like, again, it's this whole story arc thing where, like, you know, there's this organization that's sort of like transforming life forms into like part robot, half life, half robot, whatever. And anyway, these half like robot animal kind of droid things attack Alice or whatever. She ends up getting really, really hurt from one of them, and her partner, who someone was in the chat earlier, their name was Julie Fan. That was a character in this book. Julie Fan, or Julie is a character in the book, and she is kind of like Alice's partner, and like she helps her back to her house, and Alice has really bad wounds, so she's like, okay, I gotta heal you. It's just like an example of the fan service you will find in the book, but it's not gross or anything. So because she's like an elf, and she's like a healer elf and stuff, and to better increase the flow of magic throughout her body, by removing more of her clothing, she's able to increase the flow of magic through her body. So basically, she, you know, is giving Alice a massage while she's half naked. And that's kind of like the vibe of the fan service in the book. It's not adult where it's so gross like it was before, where we're putting things in people's butts, but it's not so tame that like, oh, we can't even talk about bodies at all because that's offensive to people who don't like, you know, who don't like human bodies. So I feel like it's a really, really good balance of stuff. And like, yeah, she like gives her a massage half naked, and then there's sort of this moment where like, it's you got to read the book, but there's sort of this moment where like Julie in her character development feels like she's a worthless, you know, character that doesn't really have any, or like a worthless person within this world that doesn't really like have anything to offer. And through like the feeling of touch on Alice's body, because of course like Alice kind of, you know, she's got to like kind of take Alice's gi off and stuff, and she kind of cleans her up and stuff, you know, she like heals her. She realizes that like through touching Alice's skin, she realizes that like Alice has very rough skin, and like it's very like damaged, and like Alice has been through like an earlier era of war, because it's kind of like an overarching war plot. So it's through this touch that she realizes, maybe I can get this like, I understand, like rough skin like Alice. And she has this kind of moment where it's like, she realizes that even though her skin is very delicate and pale, and she's a very like, you know, kind of like dainty elf character, through that touching of Alice's skin, she realizes like, I I can achieve that level of like worth. Like the scars that Alice has, I can get those. I can like become more than just the little, dainty girl that people see me as. Like I can help her, and she's like my role model now. I want to be like her. And that's kind of like sort of a moment in the book that is like expressed through like that fan service of let's get a naked massage or half naked massage. And of course, there's other moments like in the chapter that's coming out tomorrow, they see a beach for the first time. And of course, they've never seen a beach. And, of course, they're not really wearing a lot of clothes to begin with. And Julie, the elf girl, she kind of just wears like panties or whatever. She doesn't really wear like pants or anything. And she's never seen sand before. And she rolls around in it. And then, and then there's a moment where she's like, oh no, like, I got sand in my pants. And like, she kind of freaks out because she doesn't really know what sand is. And then it gets all in her pants. And it's like if you were at the beach and you got sand in your shorts. And she's like, it like feels all weird. And it's like little like fan service like that where it's not like, we're not putting things in people's butts like in the original version, but it's a little more fan service than like, okay, we're not going to talk about our bodies and we're not going to do this and we're not going to have any blood and we're not going to have any action. We're just going to walk through the town and not say anything because we don't want to offend anyone. So I feel like it is a much better balancing between. And also, I will say, I do think Pink Ninja just does sound like a better title. I think Thick Ninja is still funny, and I think it's a clever kind of like, oh ho ho, like what's that about? But I do think like the term Pink Ninja is just, I think it's better. And now that it is toned it's toned down in the way that it is, it does not have to be specifically marketed as like, don't read this if you're not an adult. This is too spicy for your eyes. Don't look at it. I feel like this is absolutely within the boundary of if you were to go into Barnes and Noble and there was a manga on the shelf and you picked it up and you read through it, the quality, the level of fan service is not anything worse than what you would find at Barnes and Noble. And I've also better balanced the action scene, so now there's more plot and more of an overarching theme that is involved in this, rather than just kind of what it was in its original iteration, where it was sort of just like there's kind of a war plot, but it's like let's just do as many things to each other as we can. So I'm considering this the third version of the book. I'm very, very happy with like the direction it kind of went in. I feel like the balance is better, and I did learn a lot about how to better word things. And I was even, I had even asked CC Short, who does. Nope, he yelled at me. No, never mind. I didn't ask him. I asked myself. I was asking an unnamed editor. About certain phrases or certain words that maybe should or should not be used that I actually had in there. And, I was informed by an unnamed source who I absolutely have no relationship to. They were kind of even telling me, like, that word is a little too, like explicit, even though its context is, plain enough. The terminology and usage of it is a little too explicit. You might want to choose a more like mundane word. And I was swapping out words and swapping out, and I said, yeah, this actually does sound a little bit better when it's worded with a different descriptive word or whatever. And I think just through the process of editing it so heavily and taking the good and the bad feedback from what people liked and disliked about it originally, and just kind of continuing on the story from where the first two chapters ended up, I do feel like it's a better product than where it originally was, and I feel like it preserves the characters and what I wanted them to be without compromising the vision, and people don't have to feel weird about reading it or associating with it, and I can freely promote it because it's not adult anymore, so I don't have to say like, well, don't read this if you're, it's just an action novel with an equal amount of fan service that you would find in any book at Newbury Comics or Barnes and Noble, any manga. But it kind of satisfies all the qualities that I was looking for when I wanted to set out to write something that didn't exist already. So anyway, that was way longer than 5 minutes, but yeah, I feel like I'm very happy with the direction it's going in, and also there is artwork also all throughout here as well. Actually, maybe I can click some of it and show you guys. Um, there actually is art in here. Like there's little like, well, I guess like there's little artwork just thrown about in different places. There's sort of there's chapter little icons. I do have at least 2 color drawings, except I think chapter 2 does not have color draw, or chapter 2 has 1 color drawing, not 2, but every other chapter is 2. Um, there's this color artwork that I draw, unique to every chapter. At the very end of the chapters, there's always a bonus, whether it's a doodle or a little comic, or I think this one is just like a map of like the Ninja Nation that's explained in the book. I can get to the bottom here. Oh, did it just bleed into chapter 2 or what? Oh, this is all chapter 1. Oh, yeah, this is like a fight scene. This is like one of the fight scenes. Like there's your fan service, but you can't see anything, but you can clearly see what's going on. This is when she was like, after she was in bed, she was going to be like attacked in bed or whatever from a deceptive map maker or whatever. You got to read it. And yeah, at the very end, there's like the Ninja Nation. So there's always little artwork and stuff all throughout. So it is like a written novel, but there's plenty of like visuals to see and stuff. So, and yeah, right now there's chapter 1 and 2, which originate from Thick Ninja, but they're again they're different. Chapter 3 I just wrote like a few days ago, and I released chapter 3. This is new. This was not in original Pink Ninja. And then chapter 4 is coming out tomorrow, and that one I guess continues from this chapter 3 here. I won't give anything away or whatever, but yeah. So there's my re-pitch of the book concept to you guys. So if you're interested in that, check it out. Yeah, and that was that. Also, yeah, YouTube doesn't like shoulders. They're not gonna like censored nudity, but I mean the stream is. YouTube demonetized my Everyone Knows That stream for some reason. I don't know why. I still don't know why they demonetized that stream. So, and yeah, I do think I am. I do think I am. Barnes and Noble has Dick Fight Island. I have no idea what that is, but jeez, Ducky Deathly. I mean, I thought about that too. Like Barnes and Noble has plenty of probably like, really adult novels that anyone could go walk up and read. But I don't know. I feel like with this, it's a little different because like, I guess I don't know. I guess there was a lot of different working components to this, like. I don't want to get into the whole like ethics of like, well, should you be promoting this on Twitter? Even if you label it as adult people, originally people still lost their minds when I just said read the adult novel, but only read if you're adult. People lost their minds on Twitter, but I just think the promotion in general is also sort of a little bit harder when people, because I'm not like a faceless writer or like an entity, a corporate entity. I am like a personality, and I think when people view the personality a certain way and then they kind of go in a different direction, people like don't know how to react, which is like fine or whatever. But that just made me feel awkward, and it made it difficult trying to just promote it when it was the adult version. But like I said before, though, I mean, if I didn't want to change it, I wouldn't have. But I just felt like the type of engagement that I wanted it to have with other people, I wanted to be much wider than I think it would have been able to get to as just an adult kind of thing. And again, it wasn't like that was the only intention. I did look at Naruto and Demon Slayer when writing this, and I think to myself, if it was just an adult thing, it wouldn't really be like Naruto and Demon Slayer now, would it be? So I feel like by toning that down, I get that Naruto adventure vibe still in there, but then you still get the little fan service, that you would find in a series that wasn't like Naruto. So I feel like it does kind of combine the two in a much better way. And like I said, I'm not really afraid scared to promote it, and it's not really like that big of a brand shift because, well, now it's just an action novel with fan service. It's not really, it's not intending to be anything else. It's not like, oh, this is for adults, don't read it. It's just, if you like action novels, read it, and there's fan service in it. That's all. That's all. And I also said this too. I also feel like the characters themselves just work better as like not being necessarily like adult oriented. Because as I was writing it and as I was going back and reviewing it, I did kind of really like the way that these characters had kind of, kind of come about, and the way they were interacting with each other and stuff. And I kind of thought like to hide them behind that screen of like being for adults only, I don't know, like then people would kind of feel weird about like, I don't want to be in a group of friends and someone bring up, oh, I saw that fake ninja thing you did. And then I say like, yeah, it's for adults. I don't really want to talk about, like, I don't want it to be like that. I want it to be more like, oh, how's your novel doing? And, oh, it's doing pretty good. Like people, really are, they're liking the overarching theme. And they even said that my, they're loving the detail in the action scenes. But they also said they really like, the moments when, when Julie's boobs slip out, like whatever the case is, like just little stuff like that. Like that's, I feel like, a better way to interpret the characters, and you don't have to be afraid of the characters, and like, I'm not saying I'm going to ever try to do an actual adult. Also, it's really hard to write a real adult novel. And I was even thinking to myself, after I had written the two chapters, after I wrote the original 2 chapters for Thick Ninja, and I was working on, like the Pink Ninja continuation, I was even thinking to myself, like, how much more fan service could I possibly have even put in, like, to the rest of these chapters? Like the massage scene, for example, in chapter 3 is already like, that in itself doesn't need to be this crazy adult thing where this wacky, like, it's just like, so I almost started to question, like, if this continued as Thick Ninja, where would there even be more room for the fan service? We're not going to have our boobs flying out when we're fighting the enemies. Like, that goes against the whole point of the action. That wasn't part of the vision at all. So, like, okay, we're not including it there. So the only other place would be in these scenes where, like, where the fan service is. But if the fan service is already, like, up to par, where, like, we don't need to go any further, we know that they're that Julie is a healer and the magic is flowing through her body and it's enhanced by her lack of clothing. We don't need to go much further than that. Like, we don't need to describe it any further than that. Like, what else could I possibly add to make it more adult without like stupidity ensuing? So I just feel like it doesn't even need to be an adult thing. But I guess my point was, if I ever did do another attempt at an adult novel or whatever, or that was my point. It was very, very hard to even like come up with more ideas or like write that stuff in a way that like, like just sounded good. Like, it was just really hard. So I don't think I would ever even do that again. But if I did, I would definitely sort of like create characters that I didn't like so much that I wouldn't really care about like how people perceive them as. And that's the thing, is like, I love these characters. Like, I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, say what you will about, oh, that's your cringe original character. Like, like I said that's something I'd find on, DeviantArt back 20 years ago. And like, fine, you can think they're bad, but I don't know. I just like them. I like, they just kind of encompass a lot of the things that I like in like manga world and stuff. Like, I like the ninjas. I like pink hair, like I like that stuff. And, I don't know, like a lot of like the elf characters I've seen and stuff in media. I'm like, oh, I wish I had an elf character. So like, I like them too much to really like belittle them to the point of like, oh, now we're going to make them do weird things and stuff. So if I was ever to do an actual adult thing, I would just make characters that I didn't care about so much that, totally different vibe than what I'm kind of going for here. But I'm not even worried about that because it probably won't happen. I I got to at least see this through to the end until volume 1 finishes. I would like to like have the whole series conclude, but I'll be honest, I don't know if like I don't know. That's probably going to depend on a lot of different factors. I would just at the very least love to finish volume 1 and just say I actually accomplished like the story up to the up to that point. But I already know how it's going to end. I already know like some of the scenes in between. I already have all these little ideas. I just got to like get there. So it's kind of an ongoing project that I just love working on when I'm not doing videos. I just love working on it. It's just so much fun. It's just I don't know, it just gets my brain working in like a different way that isn't just video stuff. So I would love for it to continue, but I have had my trouble so far with like, is anyone even reading this? Am I writing it for no one? Because if I'm writing it for no one, I'm not gonna keep it going. Like, so I'm really trying hard to like improve the quality and give people kind of get it out there more, give people what they want, improve the art and stuff, and I'm really trying really, really hard with it. So I really hope it has a long shelf life, and it can be a side project that I can finally say I completed a side project instead of just abandoning it like my second channel and the blog. And I guess the clay was kind of ended, not really abandoned, but like the clay and like, just all the other things I've announced in the past that like, I say, I'm going to do this now. And then I just lose interest after like, like a month. I really don't want this to be one of those things. So, and even if it just ends up with like a small following, like that's fine. As long as people like are actively engaged, it doesn't have to be a big popular thing. I just want it to be like liked enough where people like enjoy it. I just want people to like enjoy it. So, also, yes, to anyone wondering, the legendary comic is still in here, unchanged from when it was Thick Ninja, the original version. So, anyway, that was my pitch to you guys. So, Spirit Quest. I forgot about Spirit Quest. Yeah. Um, the cold. Did you know Matt from Pat and Matt had a gray shirt? Then had a red. Then he had a red one. The gray shirt was done because the Cold War. Is why was red like offensive during the Cold War? I guess you could say the original version is a prototype, Michael's Mega. Yeah, I guess you could say it was a prototype, or maybe like a test or something. I don't really consider it a test, but I guess you could kind of consider it that. Um, but yeah, I just um, so less Naruto and more Senran Kagura. Yeah, I would maybe say Shadow Man. I would maybe say if you it's the action is probably on par with Naruto and the fan service is probably on par with Senran Kagura. Yeah, that's probably a really good kind of summary to give it. That's yeah, Senran Kagura is probably about what I would compare it to. And that's the kind of thing that, you go to GameStop and you buy a copy of it. So but yeah, I have been pacing myself with it though. I've been trying like I'm definitely taking more time on each of the parts than I was before. Um so I hope that it ends up coming across that way, that it's been crafted better. So yeah, I mean it does take a long time. Yo, oh, Julie Fan. Okay, Julie. This confirms Julie Fan was someone else originally because it says 5. So you definitely were someone else that changed your name, but you must have been a fan of, I assumed you were already a fan of me to begin with because you wouldn't have been able to chat if you weren't already subscribed. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I think we're probably. I guess we'll go 7 more minutes and then we'll wrap up at the hour mark. Yeah, that's true, Michael's Mega. That's true. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it existing as like a draft or whatever. I don't know. Because I feel like that's the thing now is people are going to be like, oh, well, what about fiction? Like they're gonna kind of view it as like its own entity, and I don't really want that to happen. But yeah, if you kind of, I guess if you think about it like that, it was almost, yeah, it almost was like a draft. So um, but yeah, I guess at the end of the day, Pika King Crimson said Silver Kagura is both the funny haha boob game and then everyone in the game has a depressing backstory. I've never played the games, so I don't know, but that would not surprise me. Um but yeah, I guess to conclude this rant, maybe we'll go to some Matt and Pat stuff to finish the stream. Yeah, I basically just want it to be a side project that I can go back to knowing that it's worth the effort to make. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, then you can follow along with it on Wattpad or whatever. And there is a new chapter coming out tomorrow. Um, so you can check that out. And yeah, I hope, regardless if you care about it or not, that's fine. But just, yeah, I hope it can kind of exist as a thing that I can use to take a break from the videos every now and then. And that it's something that, can end up continuing through to like the end. Um, can I make clay models of your characters? Hey, if you want to, I do encourage. I've heard that fan art is one of the best ways for characters to spread. So if you like the characters enough, go for it. I think you said something else about. Someone said something about clay earlier. I can't remember what it was. Maybe I missed it. 6 hour stream part 2. Yeah, also a thing about the art too is a lot of the art was inspired by like early 2000s manga art. It was kind of it was trying to copy the Copic marker style. Um I the I have kind of been experimenting with art that isn't quite the Copic marker. I'm not sure really quite if I'm going to I do like the style, but I'm not sure if I'm quite going to keep it like that. There is actually a piece coming out tomorrow in tomorrow's chapter that I actually did sort of try to make look more have more depth to it. Just because it was sort of the way that it the piece the part of the story it was illustrating, it just made more sense to try to make it look more like more like realistic, I guess. I mean, it doesn't look like too realistic, but like there's more depth to it than sort of this kind of appearance. But I'm not quite sure if I'm going to end up evolving the art style over time, or if I'm going to stick with the Copic marker look a little bit more heavily. I'm not quite sure yet, but it's my art was never really that good to begin with, so it's sort of like a process of just trying to reteach myself how to draw. I can't believe I even got the characters to look like I was able to get them to look to begin with. Like I was afraid. I was like, how am I going to draw this? And then I ended up kind of working out. Where there probably won't be there probably will not be a 6 hour stream, so probably don't count on that. I probably will end at about 5 minutes. And yeah, Michael's Mega, I definitely feel like this is what I want to make because more people can enjoy it, and I can kind of accomplish my goal. And the goal was never necessarily to create an adult thing. That was just kind of like, oh, I want to do this. Like I had the idea for the story and the characters, and it sort of just became, I want to make this adult. Like it was never really the whole goal. The goal was just write a story. Like the goal was, I was in Barnes and Noble. I looked at the manga. I said, I want to write a story. I came up with the character of Alice, the character of Julie, and I said, what are they going to do? And then that's sort of when everything went like, oh, I'm going to make it adult. And then actually, I'm not going to make it adult. And originally, it was just, I want to write a story. And then, you know, it sort of pulled into all different directions. But I feel like we've sort of come to a center. And now it's like, you know, it's the best of every world that it could have been. So I'm very happy with kind of how it turned out. Oh, maybe this is what Spellbound said. Are you going to bring back the clay models? You've got me curious. Oh, well, I think I said earlier I wasn't going to. I still need a reason to do that. So I'm probably not going to unless I change my mind. For some reason, I can't think of any reason why Jack's Cheese was going to do some like Sonic music remixes, and I think I said to him a long time ago, "Oh, if you do your Sonic music remixes, I'll do like new clay models and I'll put your music in my clay model video." And I think he kind of put that project on the back burner, and so I never did the clay. So maybe if Jack's Cheese ever does his Sonic music remixes, I'll actually get back into clay. Maybe that's when that'll happen. If Sonic Movie 4 is an adaptation of Sonic CD with Metal as the villain, and Sonic Movie 6 is an adaptation of Sonic 06 with Silver, who would the villain be for Sonic 5? Maybe Chaos. Maybe they would do Sonic Adventure. They would actually do a Chaos storyline in between. I could see that. So I think we'll end with some Matt and Pat stuff now that I've given you guys the pitch. Oh, PK King Crimson said, I played one of the 3D ones, and then I was surprised that the story eventually started to become focused on the morality between good and evil ninjas and how they aren't as different. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. That's funny. Is the 3DS one more heavily focused on ninjas? I do like Ninja Girls. Maybe I... Oh, I don't have a 3DS. Never mind, I can't play that. Yeah, I feel like we will not get 6 films. What were we looking up with this? The Cold War thing? Or why did they change the shirt color? I mean, this looks red to me. Oh no, you're right. There is one where he's wearing a gray shirt. Well, I knew there was going to be a Mario movie 2. I don't know if I knew there was going to be a Minions 3. Yo, Pat and Matt plushes. I wish this was Pat and Mac, because then it would be like if you split Pat Mac up, you'd get Pat and Mac. Any other comments about Pat and Mac? And then we're probably going to wrap it up here. I have to eat. Oh, Red refers to communism. Really? Interesting. I didn't know. I think I knew that, but I didn't think about it. Wow. It's kind of wild. Oh, I just realized that Alice is still on most of the screen. She's looking up at Matt and Pat. I guess I'll just leave her there. Okay, well, I guess with that said, are these like bootleg plushes? Bootleg figures? Are there 3D printed models? That's wild. Anyone? Maybe these were really popular back in the day. I don't know. Maybe this was a really big show, and I've just never seen it before. Yeah, they could. Yeah. Ducky definitely. Yeah, they could have like baseball bats or something. That'd be funny. All the characters I was drawing will return, Julie fan said. Well, at the next drawing stream, I'm sure people are going to super chat me to draw more ponies and stuff, so I will be prepared for it. Yeah, I'll keep you guys... So there will be a new video... I guess I'm probably going to wrap up here. There will be a new video this week, new chapter of Pink Ninja tomorrow if you're interested in that. And, new video... Or I already said that. I can't even... Oh my god, it's so late. Okay, new chapter Pink Ninja tomorrow. New video on later this week, like I usually do. Um, don't know when the next drawing stream will be or the next stream in general. Probably would not be in September. I would be, unless some crazy big lost media thing happens between now and next week, there probably won't be a stream or anything. I'm not quite sure, but there probably won't be, which means early October will probably be the next stream, and I'm assuming the next one, unless people are busy, will probably end up doing a drawing stream. So you guys have some stuff to look forward to. Also, the video this week is like a main lost media video. I already said that. Some cool, very good mix of topics. You guys will like that. So, and I'm gonna look up all the. I am the pony guy. Phantom Strider's retiring from YouTube. Really? I saw that Frame Raider also retired. Oh my god! Is there like a YouTube retirement thing going on now? Why? That's crazy. Oh my god. It always shocks me when people do that. Just because you think, oh, they're going to be around forever, and then they're just not. That's crazy. Yeah, I kind of want to know now what happened actually before we end the stream. Actually, yeah. I think I saw a tweet from Frame Raider. He just said that life was changing, and he just thought it would be better to kind of quit. So I that's all I know from him. But I didn't see anything about Phantom Strider, so I'm not sure about that. I mean, is this just a greater issue related to like the climate of YouTube, where it's just getting harder and harder to like compete? You know, like algorithm issues and subscription. I mean, I don't know if I ever told you guys. I mean, this is probably nothing new. This isn't like earth-shattering information. I checked my analytics. Of all the people that watch my videos, about 25% of them are subscribed, which means that on on a 100,000 view video, let's say, 25,000 of those people are subscribed and 75,000 are not subscribed. And I have 225,000 subscribers. So basically, 200,000 subscribers are not watching my stuff. That's a problem, YouTube. That's a big problem. And I'm not the first one to point that out or say my subscribers aren't watching. And I think the problem is they're not getting sent to the subscription box. And Jorge has also said that to me before too, that subscriptions don't mean as much as they used to. And that's exactly it. It's just algorithm. How many eyes can your video get put in front of? And that's a shame. And I think that's part of the problem with why all these people are kind of shutting down shop and stuff, is because their content isn't getting to the people that want to see their content. Also, creative username said someone asked if I mentioned celebrity number 6 was found. I talked about that in my most recent video, so yes, there was a whole segment in it. I am aware that was found. But yeah. Phantom Strasser was a hard decision, but he is losing views, which means he can't pay his bills. And that's right, and that's the problem. And I blame YouTube directly for that. That is a damn shame that the algorithm has become so massive that it surpasses any other type of watch feature that could allow you to reach the people that want to see your stuff. The tags are gone. The annotations are gone. I used to love all my old videos. I would have like a little annotation or a pop-up right at like the minute 30 mark of the video. Back in the day, I remember you do this. You could have a little pop-up, a little like banner ad basically that said, you could type whatever you wanted and link a video. And I remember I used to have my Beavis video linked there, and I used to say, does this mysterious game exist? Find out. And the video was right there. And if you're watching one of my videos and that pops up a minute 30 in, oh, what is that? And I actually, unless I'm mistaken, I'm fairly certain after I did that, when I started doing that, the views on those videos would actually rise because people would actually click them. So we don't have banner ads anymore or annotations that link to other videos that aren't the last 20 seconds of the video. We don't have a tag system anymore. The subscription feature is broken. It's just the algorithm. It's just the algorithm, and I hate that. So that's really unfortunate, but you know, I guess I gotta be. What was that line in Star Fox? I think it was in Star Fox. Falco's like, I guess I should be thankful. I guess I should be thankful that, you know, lost media and the topics that people are interested in happen to be the ones that I cover, and that people are like watching that stuff. Like, I mean, not all my videos are hits, so don't get me wrong there, but like, I guess it's kind of crazy that like the algorithm favors lost media, it seems like, you know, anything SpongeBob, anything whatever. So I guess that's kind of crazy that I somehow managed to change with the times. I just remember back to when I was doing clay, and that's why the clay stopped, is because it was just not, it wasn't working. So crazy stuff. I'm reality check, yeah. I am from 2009. Yes, I've been on YouTube since 2009. It was the 20th anniversary this year. Was it 20? Or no, it was 20. Yeah. I mean, I took some hiatuses earlier on, and I don't really consider my content getting serious until about 2015. So really, it's only been about 10 years. But you know, I was posting stuff for 20. Do I mean 15? Hasn't it been 20 years? Or was it 15 this year? Oh, maybe it was 15. Oh, okay. Maybe it was. I've been doing YouTube for 15, but I only consider. Okay, yeah, I think what I meant to say was I've been doing it for 15 years, but really it's only been about 10 years since I was making like real content. Okay, yeah, I can't do math, I guess. Um, Make a video on Pat and Matt. If there is Pat and Matt Lost Media, I will do it, film reviewer. If there's any lost media on Pat and Matt, let me know and I'll put it in a video for sure. I really will. Is this real? Problems will be solved. The Tom and Jerry show. What? This stuff looks fake. The dubbing date. Oh, the fan dub database. Well, like I always say, as long as there's lost media, there'll always be videos to make. So, and I don't think the lost media is gonna all get found anytime soon. So you will have plenty of lost media to come your way. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, not to get like, I don't want to think too far about the future, but like, man, I can imagine being an 80-year-old man in bed, like with my computer narrating a video. Like I honestly can see myself doing that. Like I love making videos so much. I will probably be making videos like when until I lose my voice, or even when I lose my voice, I can still make video. Like I would probably make like, I kind of want to make videos probably for the rest of my life. So you guys don't have to worry about the end of videos. Gideon, what's up? Glad you could stop by. Yeah, we're kind of wrapping up now. We're just kind of like shooting the breeze. Even if I did lose my voice, though, I would probably find a way around it. I would figure out some other kind of way to do it. 80-year-old LSU talking about more SpongeBob. Honestly, not gonna say no to that. Singing helps your voice? Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, I can't sing, so. Michael's making, yeah, I would love to do some other type of some other type of secondary content that is not just lost media, to give myself like a break from the lost media. But I never really figured out a secondary series that I could use. I've tried, like, the Fat and Forgotten was supposed to be that, didn't work. The Slamfest, although Fat and Forgotten I've thought about taking another look at. I might do that at some point, but nothing is certain for that yet. The Spirit Quest stuff didn't work. The plush videos are basically just lost media videos. Video game like rumor hoax videos don't really catch on. Or I guess playground rumors counts as that. Like the everything you never knew about Animal Crossing or whatever stuff doesn't really, like video game fact videos don't really work. I've never been able to develop a secondary series that I could make with the lost media. I'm still trying to experiment with that and figure out a solution to that. Might go back to Found and Forgotten for a couple tries and see if I can pull something up with that again. But yeah, I've always loved the idea of having a different type of content that, like I already said, could be aired alongside lost media to mix things up, but I've never been able to make anything successful. So, still working on that. I actually don't have any more Pokemon cards, Julie fan. I opened them all and that was it, and I don't really want to buy any more. Also, Tracker is a Toonami tape. Yeah, Decky, definitely. If I can ever come up with something good, I definitely would like to make a second series, but I don't know. It just, why make a video on like playground rumors that like 20,000 people are going to watch when so many more people would enjoy a lost media one? I like to try to like appeal to as many people as possible. I want to give as many people as possible, a good content experience. And I just feel like, why limit that by making something that like I know people aren't really going to like gravitate towards? I would not have the time or energy to do a pilot. I also heard it's very expensive and like time consuming. I know Rebel Taxi's like pitch failed, I think, and I think he lost money on that. I heard another story about another guy that animation is another thing I would love to do, but I don't have time or resources for that. So, the Korean dub. Oh, you're right. Okay, next dub video, film reviewer, Pat and Matt Korean dub is going to be in there. But yeah, the food video and stuff is good too, but I don't know if it could really be a series. I just feel like the type of secondary YouTube content I want to make is somewhere in between nostalgia and video games or something. Somewhere between there. Something nostalgic, something video game, something forgotten, something I just don't know how to properly craft that and like put it on YouTube. So maybe someday I'll figure that out, and maybe if I have more time I'll try to kind of, do a little bit more with it. But like I said though, I mean, you guys know how YouTube works. Like shorter videos also aren't even let's say I did get back into animation or whatever. Okay, release a 3-minute video. Well, guess what? Like shorter videos do bad on YouTube. You're supposed to be making longer videos. So like how would I even get around that? And like if I brought back Found and Forgotten, they wouldn't be 5 minutes, they would be 25 minutes because you got to make longer videos to survive. It's just the way that it is. So I guess that's why like when I try doing side projects or focusing on things, I like doing it with I don't want to say with little to lose, but like the novel or the story or whatever that I'm writing, like obviously that's a lot of it is just for fun, and it's a lot of just like, oh, I hope people enjoy this, but it's just kind of a break from stuff. But like, yeah, I would never ever try to monetize that or try to like pay to get, someone I think said to me at one point, I think it may have been on Discord, someone's like, can you make an audiobook of your thing? And I'm like, no, like that's going to take time. And if the characters were voiced, I would have to find female voice actors. And like, I ain't put like I'm not going to invest money into that because the moment money is involved, then it becomes like I think like you said, creative username, a risk. And like the book is fun and I hope people enjoy it, but like not a risk. The merchandise, if you guys remember, the merchandise, which is actually basically discontinued. The shop is still up, but there's like very few things in there, and I ain't making any more of it because no one bought it. That was ended up not being a risk. I didn't lose any money on it because I just drew the designs myself. I put them on the site and the site shipped them. So I didn't have to hire anyone to make them. I didn't have to do PR. I didn't have to do anything. I just drew and put them on the site, and that was it. And no one bought them. Okay, boom, done. It's over. But the moment like money becomes involved, or the moment that it starts to become like a, you know, something that isn't just I'm doing this for fun or just because I want to, then it becomes more of a, okay, now I have to spend more time in this. I have to spend more money on this. It's more of an investment. How am I going to balance this and my YouTube stuff? And it's just, or I guess, balance this and my lost media videos, and then it becomes just a bigger kind of beast. So, and I do just enjoy making videos so much I really don't even want to do anything else. I don't know how Alice Mark feels about making videos or making a pilot or whatever. I mean, like I said, my story kind of came about because I wanted to do it for no other reason. Maybe Ellis Mark really is tired of doing videos and he wants to make a profitable animated series, and if that's his prerogative, go at it. I hope it succeeds. But for me, I don't know. I just feel like I like videos too much, and it's just more fun for me doing other projects that are just less of an investment and more of a fun time. Compared to like how seriously I take the videos. But everyone's different, so. And there's so many strange algorithm things I won't even get into, that I've just heard over the years from other people and other things and this and that. And, you know, different strategies, different, you know, they tell you how to put this color in your thumbnail and title your thumbnail this. And I mean, I was like guilty of that to some extent. Yeah, I mean, if this was 7 years ago, a lot of the titles of my videos would probably be way different, and the thumbnails would be way different. I used to have that Mystery of logo in every thumbnail because it was like a ongoing series. Nowadays, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put the picture of the guy's face right up in your face because that's the first thing you're gonna see. You're not gonna know that this is from the Mystery of series or whatever anymore. Yeah, it just sucks, but it changed, and you gotta kind of bend to those rules, or you're gonna end up losing, I guess. And I'm not saying that the people that are retiring didn't bend to the rules, or they did and I'm not commenting specifically to them. I'm just saying, like, it's always a changing game, and that's part of the territory. So I actually have always liked the idea of doing retro game stuff. I've loved the idea of doing like a Saturn channel or something. I know there are some Saturn channels out there, but it took 3 years for Mark to make one episode. Yeah, see, like, I don't know about that. Knowing me, I would absolutely, like, start working on an animated series and quit like halfway through. I would absolutely quit halfway through. Everyone loved it though. True, I guess that's true, but okay, now where's episode 2, you know? Like, ah. Also, yes, Scene Enemy. It is, as Julie fan said, it is Pink Ninja now. But yes, if you're interested, you can go to my Wattpad and check out the story. I gave it like kind of a fresh coat of paint, and I added some new chapters that weren't even in the original to continue the story, which was always the intention. And now I just feel like it's a much better product. So I hope, if you go check it out, I hope you enjoy it. There's a new chapter coming out tomorrow, actually. The girls enter their training, their first major training arc. Oh, I don't know if I shouldn't spoil it any further. But they enter their first major training arc, and have to check it out, I guess. An audiobook would actually be really fun. I almost am wondering, gee, maybe I should just, like, the book can exist on its own. I could hire, like, female voice actors to do the characters, and then I could narrate, and I could just release them as episodes on YouTube, and they'd probably be about a half an hour long or so, and like, gee, there's my secondary long-form content series. But I don't know about that. I'll think about it, Michael's Mega. I can't believe we're still going, actually. 4.5 hours later. I really lost track of the time. I might do Clay eventually against Spellbound, but I'm not sure. Am I doing a 6-hour stream bingo from Bluey? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Another time, I mean, not tonight. I'll have to think about doing it another time. I'd still like to do that maybe in December if I can pull things together. I can end up doing one with some friends and stuff. I mean, I'd love to have a stream with... Okay, ready? This would be my perfect stream. We get it would be like it wouldn't be everyone at once. We would take like rotations. It would be like Pat Mac, Mario 64646464, Jorge, Sakura Stardust, Mr. Bones, Sewer Reviewer, Harvey, and I guess like Lost Cast, I guess. Basically all the different iterations of the streams. Well, I guess Jorge hasn't been. I don't know what I mean by it was Jorge, but like I guess I've always liked the idea of having Jorge and like Sakura Stardust on like a stream with me. All the different iterations of the streams, all those different ones. We kind of have like the old school Pat Mac Mario. We have like the modern, like the more modern day, like Sewer Reviewer, Mr. Bones, Harvey type stuff, and then we have like kind of like these Lost Media ones, but we bring in Jorge and Sakura Stardust. Like I would love a big 6-hour like over the span of the night. We kind of shift the vibe and different people come in and we have a big event like that. I would love to do that in December, but I would have to clear it with everyone. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm not like, I don't know. It's like convincing enough. Like, I don't know. I just feel like that wouldn't happen. Like I'm not, like people wouldn't agree to. I don't think they would. I don't think everyone would think that like being on a stream with me is something that they would like want to do. I just feel like it would be too hard to like convince everyone. So, in Rabbit Corridor, yeah. Yeah, Rabbit Corridor does talk really, really smoothly on stream. I mean, I'll consider it, but I just think it would be a really big stretch. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Ever heard of the Kuon? I've heard of the game Kuon, not the I've heard of the game Kuon, but not the console Kuon. Um I can't tell what that line is supposed to mean, Soap. Also, Binger from Believe Fans said, how about New Year's live stream again? Oh, we did count down. We did count down on. I forgot about that. I can't believe you remembered that. Now that you say that, yeah, I think we pulled a count. We were gonna pull the picture of the ball coming down, but we didn't because we were gonna copyright strike. So we pulled up just like an online counter. Maybe we can do that again. Actually, that was fun. We could do that. I'll think about that. Maybe we could do the Halloween candy taste test stream. It's been a couple years since that. If people want me to do that, I'll go to Five Below and buy a bunch of weird candy. We can do that. It's from the song. What song is that? I have no idea what that is. Oh, Nuon. I think I have heard of the Nuon before, actually. I can't confirm if I'm going to put Matt and Pat in the next thumbnail film reviewer, but they'll be in the video for sure. Just turned 135. Wow. 135 years of, I don't know, the Wonder Years song. I don't know what song that is. I don't know why you thought of that one after you read my book, my story. But you should have a series covering lost and obscure arcade and PC games. Yeah, honestly, that would be really cool. I mean, even if it is just like Saturn stuff, like just Saturn arcade stuff, I mean, that'd be really cool. It's the Ninja song. Oh, the I fell in. Really? Oh wow. I guess I haven't heard that album in such a long time. I forgot about that. I actually have not listened to that album. I don't think that one was ever actually put on vinyl. If it was on, I'm gonna buy it right. I always wanted that on vinyl. I always wanted it on vinyl, and I'm pretty sure they never re-released it on vinyl because the band doesn't like the album. I'm gonna look right now. If it's on vinyl, I'm going to buy it after the stream. I had this on CD though. It's a very very rare CD. Yeah, it looks like it's not on vinyl. It looks like it's just on CD. I had this sealed actually. It took me years to find this. Like years to find this. And I can't believe I actually got a sealed copy of it. I love the cover art. It's one of my favorite album cover arts of all time. I just love that. It's just so like angsty. Yeah, I don't think it's on vinyl though. Because the band said they didn't like the album, so I sure it's never going to be re-released. Well, I think with that said, what do you guys think? We're gonna call it a day. I think we're gonna call it a day. I just realized it's like I say 4:30 in the morning. I mean, it's been 4 hours 30 minutes. Well, I guess with that said, with that said, thanks for stopping by, guys. Thanks for the super chats. Really good stream. I'll keep this one up for you guys, so I won't delete it or anything. You can go back and whatever. So Pink Ninja chapter tomorrow. New video later in the week. Probably have a drawing stream early October. I think that's all on the schedule. So until then, though, I guess I'll be around. And I'm LSuperSonicQ. So until next time, Finn.